amazing, bro. Like, and I really developed um the sense of real compassion to like understand that that's all that my parents knew and that's what they was coming from. It was
Yeah.
their mind frame, so it was awesome. It still is awesome.
Yeah.
I'm having a block trap. That's oh god, man, perfect situation. I'm having a block from remembering. I done buried it so deep I can't. I talked to Gator the other day. I'm like, bro. He was like, man, do chakra work. I'm like, bro, I'm having a block. I can't even remember past high school. Period. I can't remember shit. I know some shit happened before then. I remember the horrible things, but I don't
Hmm.
let that affect me in my daily living. However, I can't remember anything when the going through the lesson of think of the good and the bad of the experience wise. I'm like, I can't remember shit. I'm blocked. What's up? I mean,
Are you
I'm
dreaming about it? Because I'm like ever since I started the class, I have dreams about like my childhood. But I'm not like when I'm dreaming, I'm not judging. I'm just reserving it. I'm just watching my childhood.
I
Like,
hadn't, I had, I hadn't. So I guess I mean, and it goes to what we were speaking about. I mean, been way before the shadow work class about how we did created our own thing about what we actually went through. Our own experiences. Some of it we did created, and some of it was real.
mm-hmm.
So I don't want to interpret the dream as something happened or whatever, but I hadn't dreamed of beyond high school. I can't think of anything as a child, and I'm blocked in that area. So this is where our group is so profound, and y'all can give me some things to try and do to get there, to tap in, so to speak. Because a
Yeah.
lot of it, I'm like, okay, I ain't worried about shit. I ain't tripping. I'm already detached from most things, but however, I want to have compassion, empathy, and all that. I'm trying to get there. I'm working on it. So in order for me to be able to get there, to have compassion and empathy, I need to find out where it started. So I'm having a hard time going back to where that started, where I could shut everything out and don't have no emotions towards any damn thing. Period. Like my thing is people like, how can you be around a person that you know that talk about you? I'm like, I don't give a shit. Fuck. So
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I mean, this business. I mean, this business. This ain't personal. It ain't. So okay, shit. They still spend their money, so who gives a fuck?
So listen, there's an experience that I had that may be able to relate or help.
Okay, okay, cool.
You this is back in the day. I'm talking like 2008. There was a thing that
Mm,
was called robo tripping. You ever heard of that?
no,
Okay, so basically when I was in the Navy, couldn't do any drugs or else you get kicked out.
right for sure. I was smoking every day in the military, but hey, I gave the drug test too, but it is what it is.
Well, we had this thing called robo tripping where basically it's you take way too much Robitussin and it would cause you to like trip.
Yeah,
Mm.
yeah, yeah. Okay, now I know what you're talking about.
I
Everything
never
was
done that, bro. I don't know nothing about.
well let me explain why I say that. So
Okay.
basically, when you take that stuff, like it really it's just like it's a little bit like shrooms, I would say. But the only
Mm,
downside is the more you do it, the less it happens. So that first time is like this major trip, but if you keep doing it, you just get sick. And what actually happens
mm.
is your body rejects it. So you try to vomit. And of course, if you vomit, you're not going to trip. So if you try to hold in your vomit, then you get diarrhea, right?
Mm.
The thing is, if you
I,
try to block it from coming out one way, the body's going to make it come out the other way where you can't block it. So the thing,
Wow. Okay.
if something is meant to come out, it will come out one way or another. But the thing
Gotcha.
is, if you focus on the closed door, you might miss where the other door is actually open.
Gotcha. Gotcha. Mm. Okay. I get the metaphor about it. Now, now what the hell I need to do to get there? That's the point. I ain't taking no robot test, so I understand the metaphor of what you're speaking of. Now, how the hell I get that trap? Don't give it to me. You know. Something. You got an idea or something to do to get me unblocked.
So what's the path that you're trying to go that's blocked?
I'm trying to go deeper. Let me say that. I'm trying to go deeper. I'm trying to go further and deeper to childhood before damn near adulthood. Let me say that. I'm only to the point of the adulthood. I can't remember anything besides high school, maybe, and nothing beyond junior high and high school. Let me say that.
So my question is how are you trying to do that? What's the context? Like, how are you actually trying to do that?
I'm meditating. I'm doing all the things that I was taught. A matter of fact, Gabe told me to do Kyle Scram. I'm trying different things, and I just need one solid thing to get me there, to be able to even do the shadow work, you know, to do the work that I'm given. I need to be able to dig deeper to answer the question in the class, in the course, or whatever.
So, okay. So to answer that question, you believe that it's necessary to recall those memories, or else it's not possible to continue this part?
Well, I mean, maybe I need to know. I want to go to where I blocked it all out. I know by high school I was fucked up. I'm like, I don't give a shit. I know by high school I'm like far gone. I'm me. Who I am today. I've been in that particular frame of mind where I don't give a shit. Somebody get killed in front of me or whatever happens. I'm like, okay, cool, whatever. However, whatever. I want to get beyond that and have some sort of empathy and not be emotional, so to speak, all over the damn place. However, I want to have compassion and empathy, you know.
Okay.
Whatever.
And we can certainly move forward with the compassion and the empathy, but as far as specifically the memories that you're talking about, as far as being blocked from and unable to access, the next module that we're getting into is all about memory. All about memory.
Okay,
so
cool.
That next part may help.
Gotcha.
And that's why I'm actually asking these questions towards the end of this model, to kind of get people prepared, looking at your memory and how your memory affects what's happening right now.
Mm-hmm.
And also how memory is state dependent. So depending on the state that you're in, that determines what memories you can access and what behaviors you can do.
Being
in the state that I'm in right now, there's things that I cannot remember until I come out of the state.
Yeah, gotcha.
I finally realized that memory is state dependent, man.
Gotcha.
Different locations, different areas.
Different locations, different areas.
Oh, man.
Music, videos, everything, man. Everything.
I'm all over the place. I'm in all different locations. I might be by Trav one day, chilling for a week, and I might be wherever. I'm all over the place. So, but I have found my maybe two center places that I like to be in to be able to do my work efficiently. Though I found two center places, and I've been trying to stick to those for the last year or so, like more often than I used to. Like, okay, these are my two places where I can meditate proficiently and peacefully, without no distractions, and just be in these two places more than I used to. I used to be amongst all the noise in the room, so to speak. Now I'm like, okay, these are my two places where I know for sure I got peace, I got no distractions, I can really get in my shit. Read 4 or 5 books a week. Really get into my stuff like I want to. That's like we needed this Thursday trap. Why you been bullshitting, player? You didn't expand it beyond what you actually knew. We all knew it was coming, but you expanded.
Oh yeah.
You didn't expand it and it grew a little bit bigger than what you thought, huh?
Yeah, and this is acclimation process, me really getting to learn how to manage it all. I mean, it's cool.
Yeah.
This is what I wanted, and it's necessary.
Right.
Like, in order for me to really understand this type of information, I have to work with a bunch of people.
Right.
Reminds me of when I was first starting with the Goetia, right? Like, it was just me in my house reading books, and like I was reading about all these rituals and all these different spirits, but I couldn't do anything. I literally had to test it out on people that I worked with. So at my job, I was doing goetic magic on, for whatever thing, just to test. But the same thing now with like this healing process. Like, I was talking to Gator yesterday. I didn't realize that I'm a healer. What I'm doing is healing.
And
in order to be a healer, you have to heal people. So I'm learning how to do that without expending too much of myself, basically.
Right. Spreading your energy thin, or being overwhelmed after the session, or so, whatever the situation is.
Yeah. And that's what one of the things that Gator said. He said you seem kind of overwhelmed. And like I didn't consider that. It made me kind of think, okay, well, maybe I do need to take an expanded look at myself.
Forever a student. Forever a student, Trap.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That's a good thing. So that's what make you. And I know you get tired of doing this, but it's just being honest about it. Though we need to. It's no need for us not to give the teacher the props and the praise that they need in order to keep growing themselves. That's why we give you the praise, bro. Because you humble enough to accept it. You know what I mean? Like. That's very profound. Most of these man, I fucks with Panic, but you ain't gonna tell Panic no shit like that, bro. I fucks with Panic. Like a motherfucker on the intellectual level. But you ain't gonna tell Panic no shit like that, and he take that shit, huh? Nigga, who is you?
Right.
Right. Maybe really did go on about like that. You humble enough to be able to accept and receive it and grow from it. Instead of taking it personal, we will appreciate that as well. You make all us want to keep growing and growing and growing and growing. Especially I'm speak for myself, but I can speak for everyone. Everyone be like, shit, Trap the best in the world because he humble. He humble as hell. That's a plus.
He giving us the keys to unlock doors. Yeah.
And humble about it is, man. That's humility is one of the greatest gifts to have, bro.
I agree.
Yeah, you catch me on some shit I never had to do, Trap. I ain't so man, fuck you, dog. You know what I mean? Like that's a great attribute to have.
Because also he's a spiritual teacher, but he also is running a business too.
Right, but that's the part he battled with, though. The business part of it, that's the one. That's the shit we pushing in him to get him to. Man, it's business, bro. Even though it's you personal with it and personable with it, bro. This a business too, bro. You got to get paid for your time, man. Come on, Trap. Come on, man. And we want you to be great. We want you to have billions and millions, and we still all be able to communicate with you, connect with you as well. But you got to get rich too, bro. It is what it is.
Yes.
You can give some. You're gonna give more than what you actually charge. If you charge $1,000, you're gonna get more than $1,000 worth of information. You know what I mean? So it is what it is. I know you've been battling with that shit, but fuck that shit. Get your money, bro. I mean, we live in a monetary society, so there's no way around that part.
Yeah. Coming from an artist background, it was difficult for me, but like you said, I'm learning how to do this in a way that I'm very comfortable with,
Yeah.
And I say coming from an artist background because I know that a lot of people who consider themselves artists, they don't understand business. They just understand the art side of it. So
they only want to draw, make music. However, they don't want to be in fuck the money. They basically have to sum it all up. They want to be like, fuck the money. I love this shit. Like, but okay, you can love it, but you got to make a living too. You don't want your son looking upside your goddamn head and he need and want whatever, or the rent man or your girlfriend or whoever, whatever.
Right.
They gotta live as much as we don't like these motherfuckers in this world. We got to deal with them.
It's true.
I met a lady today. She told me some. I don't know nobody. Like, you gotta know somebody. I don't know. You're in this little small little town. You know somebody. I don't even like people. I say me neither, baby. But you know somebody, though. You're like, fuck people. I'm like, I get it. I get all that. But you know somebody. Who was your mama? Who was your dad? God damn. You're like, man, I don't like them either. I'm like, ooh. I thought I was fucked up in the head. You.
Typically, people that aren't doing any kind of spiritual work, you really start to see, like, all these things that we've talked about in the shadow work class so far. Like, once you see it in yourself, you go outside and you start to see it in other people very clearly.
Oh my God,
man.
bro. It's like,
man.
it is like, I cannot have a real conversation with nobody, bro. It's like, what the fuck? It's like, like the whole conversation is automatic. Like, how you doing? Oh, I'm doing good. How was the weather? I can really see that now.
Man,
it's crazy when you see it in the people that's closest to you too. It's like, oh,
yep.
Man, I just left somewhere. I'm in the city where Gator is, and they it was funny as shit because I understand why. They like, Gator, motherfucker, weird ass. He acting all weird and shit. What the fuck wrong with him? Yeah, like he too good to stop by here and holler at us. And I'm laughing like a motherfucker. I said, Gator want to deal with that bullshit today. He ain't got time for that shit today. Our little sister there every Thursday. They meet up at the same place talking about the same old bullshit. Like, they ain't got time for that shit today. And I'm laughing to myself. I'm like, oh, okay. Yeah. That's why I can't get a haircut and move around my damn self. Yeah. That's fun.
It's easy to start going down, like a negative path too, especially when you start seeing with your own eyes that just the large percentage of a person that is controlled by their unconscious mind. And this is why I was saying things like autopilot and NPCs and stuff like that, because even though a person might think they have free will, a vast majority of their actions are based on factors that they've never addressed, things that they've never come to terms, like how their parents raised them, how they've developed from that, and also how they structure their memory and how they respond to their own language. And that's really what the shadow working course is all about. The recognizing the influence that your parents had over you and what you became, and also the language that you use. That's going to be the next part. And that's the most important, I would say, because that's what we're doing today. Like, it is important to understand your memory and to know what happened in the past, but that won't solve the problem. That just gives you an idea of where you came from. What actually solves the problem is identifying how you're continuing the problem. Like, what are you doing today that creates the problem? And that has a lot to do with your language, the words that you use, and your beliefs. Because we all live in the same world and we're all tossing around the same English language, but we all have different beliefs and different concepts with these words. I'm noticing a strange phenomena as I post my videos. You know how you have like other channels where people will repost your stuff. I'm seeing like some of my videos reposted on other people's channels, and the comments are completely different than the comments I get on mine. A lot of negative comments, People jump to conclusions. They judge how I look, and they're judging like what I've said based on, I don't know, whatever they've already heard. And it's like, I really see, if you don't go through the process of like really, you know what I'm saying, the whole process of really sitting down, looking at yourself, starting to understand these concepts, then I guess I see why people call people like Crowley the devil and whatnot.
Man,
Got nothing to go off of.
I got pissed off at a couple of people judging. Oh, they may see you when you do them different avatars on some of your videos. Before they even listen to what you're saying, Oh, he seemed weird. What the fuck weird about what he's saying? What the fuck the way he
Right.
looked got anything to do with what he's saying? Like, what the fuck you talking about, bro? That shit. I mean, I got beyond that, but I'm like, hey, that sounds stupid. But you listen to this motherfucker, this baddest motherfucker you gonna meet.
I
Oh, he
actually
sound
love it.
weird.
I love it when they judge your videos. Oh, sorry. I just had to step away from my family. Can you
You
hear
missing
me?
a beat. Missing a beat.
How you doing?
Headset working?
Tashika,
Can
I
you
can hear
guys
you.
hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Whew. All right. I absolutely love it when they judge your videos. I love it. Love it. I'm starting to use it as a filter because the minute that they start to judge anything, the appearance, anything, I automatically, immediately know where they are. And automatically, I love it, love it, love it. You know, whatever they pick out tells me exactly where you are. And what actually, because you know, everybody, it's whatever it is that you're picking out that you don't like, it's really something within you. We all know how that works. So
Yeah.
the minute they start on whatever they have to say, it's like, oh, okay, you know, it's an instant gauge as to where they are, how they're thinking, and if I should really go further, because I'm not trying to blow nobody's mind here anymore. It's either you where I'm at and we can have a convo, help each other, whatever. But if not, I don't have time for the newbies, the neophytes, to catch them up, explain. It just lets me know and I can keep on trucking. You know what I'm saying? I really love it at this point because it's an instant filter.
Yeah.
Love it. So don't take offense to none of that. Who cares? I have to say, through you, Trav, like one of my biggest things that I've been trying to work on, because I know a lot of stuff. A lot of this stuff comes to me just as knowings. Like, you know, I know a lot of stuff and I've wanted to share. I really have wanted to share and reach and help people, you know, from afar. But that, what you just said, has been one of my, you know, holdbacks, quote unquote, fears, that I would be judged or the content would be judged from people who don't fully understand. You know what I mean? And just watching your growth and how you have just gone forth anyway, you know, even through this boom of growth that you've gone through these last couple of months and everything, like, I don't know, like it's either be you or friggin' fall off. I don't know what else to say. Be you or fall off. Stand in yourself or become a consumer like everybody else. So I'm trying to put myself together to get my stuff going. You know, I'm not trying to be you know, save everyone, but for those who can hear, I'd love for that to for my content to spark something within them, for them to go looking on their own. But I'm definitely not trying to reach the neophytes, the brand new, you know, Christianers. I'm so done with all of that. Like, more power to them. They'll get there, and there's people out there for them. But gosh, that's not where I am. I could barely remember the newbie shit anymore.
And that's good. You know, it shows a shift. I like the ultimatum that you gave me there. Be you or fall off. I like that because it's the exact same ultimatum that I got on very impactful mushroom trip I did from Lucifer himself. It's like, you got nothing to worry about unless you stop doing what you're supposed to do.
Yep. You know, that's really my biggest holdback, was like, how will I be perceived by the masses? How would I be perceived? And it's held me back for several years now, you know, and I know the role that I'm supposed to play. Like, I don't know what transits, I don't know what took place, but sometime in July, yo, it was powerful. Something clicked within me. I could even see it in people around me. Like, there was definitely an elevation for me, a remembrance, like, I know who the frig I am and what I'm supposed to do. And God help those who stop me. God help those who try.
Who try? Yeah.
Okay, like, I really have come into self even more a deeper level. Like I definitely embody that segment, energy, and I can see it everywhere. Like it's so crazy during this time. I don't know if you guys have seen on TV or whatnot. They've been playing a lot of what was that Thor movie? Ragnarok, something like that. And that character, the main villain, that character, what was her name? Helena, something like that. That's a play on the whole segment energy right there between Odin and that, the elder sister, and being used as the executioner. That's segment energy all day. But going deeper, understanding what that is. Like segment is, of course they portray as, and I'm just using the name so that you guys can relate to the energy. You know what I'm saying? But that completely is the purification. Like it's the transformation, the transformation that you have to go through. And it's not always nice. Transformation is associated with death. It's not always nice and pretty and roses and all of that ish. It's rough. It's hard. It's getting through. But guess what? You come out a different person, a stronger person. And I make people great through my everything. At the end, I make people great. You know what I mean? And to come through and realize that, like, I did a name breakdown. I broke down my name decoding a couple years back. And one of it was, so my name is Tashika. It is of Japanese origin, but if you break down the syllables, Ta means goddess, okay? She means death, especially in Japanese, it means death. This is the etymology of these sounds, these symbols, these symbols. Anyway, and then Ka means soul, right? So we all know the true understanding of death. We don't die, it's transformation. It's into the next stage, next state, blah, blah, blah. So I am literally the goddess of transforming your soul. That's my name. That's literally in my name. And embracing all that I am, even though the package looks, how this information, like segment, they depict her as being this ferocious, bloodthirsty type of person. And if you stay at level 1, if you stay there, then you're scared off. You don't want to go there. But that's exactly where you need to go for that purification, for that refinement, for that turning into a diamond. I make people great.
And you know what's really interesting about that soul transformation mission? I think something really important about that is that there's one soul that is the most important for Terra to transform, because in the transformation of this specific soul, all the others that she affects become affected.
Yes, exactly. Has to start with self. Has to start with self. But yes, that's the way it's supposed to be. You're not supposed to, you're supposed to start with self, and you're supposed to be the example, the inspiration going forth, right? And then those who want to query beyond that to reach that level of greatness, yeah.
So what if each and every one of us, we talk about how we're gods, I'm a god, I'm a goddess, whatever. When we say those things, what if what we're really getting to is our personal connection to that which exists without? And that is a clue as to why inner work is so important, because when we transform ourselves and connect with that which is without, that's how we actually change the world, not through ego and not through actions, but through our connection with that source.
Mm-hmm. Yes, because that radiates through you. It radiates right through you. Like for the longest time, I mean, I'm cute. but for the longest time, anywhere that I went for years and years, I can't remember when it wasn't the case, people stare at me all the time. I there's nothing wrong. I don't have a boob hanging out, like always. And it used to be something that made me feel like insecure. Like, again, but I understand it's my light. It's my light literally shining through. Like, I never understood strangers would just start talking to me and telling me their whole life story, their whole thing. Like, I've always had this ability to see right through and see the problem, see the solution, like get to the short and curlies of it. You know what I mean? And the embodiment, the just the whole come together. Like I said, I have to look back and see exactly, what took place in the early part to mid July, but something really took off for me. Really, really and truly did. And just this embodiment of just knowing who I am, what I need to be doing. It's felt great.
Awesome. Now I put that in the chat jokingly, but also, what does he say? What does Nelly say? I'm just kidding, unless you're gonna do it. It's a joke unless it's true, right?
Well, I mean, like I wanted to say, like I wanted one of my first videos to be about is, Frigacern. Like they're using that as a reason, but we all understand everything's elevating. We all understand, and I can see within these movies, they've been making it more and more clear that we are going to start experiencing what we consider otherworldly things that are going to become part of our everyday society, whether it's in our lifetimes, but our children will probably be experiencing this. And you can see it in all the movies. They're no longer, if you look at the depiction within the movies, I believe I've said this before, but if you consider Men in Black, right, that whole series, the whole point of, flashing people so that they can forget, so they can not see what they've seen, not remember what they've seen. And then we come to, the Marvel movies, and it's like, it's just out. This is what it is, quote unquote superheroes and things of, other dimensions alike. So they say CERN so that, most people can say, okay, it must be that. When
Right.
that's what we're heading into. Remember, there's a reason and not excuse, but they want to give you the reason. That's not our job to take what we're given. What do you feel? What do you determine from within? You know what I mean? Like TV programming, television programming has really done a number doing exactly that. Probing, giving us the answers for questions we didn't even know to ask, and you just associate it with these things when it's like, it's the ultimate distraction, telling you to look right when really what's going on is to your left.
And it's good. And this is one of the things that I'm teaching in the class, to expand your perspective, right? I'm not, everything you said was correct. What I'm saying is, on the note of them giving us, a certain thing, an answer, that's actually very responsible. And it's good that they give us an answer, because the general public needs an answer. Without an answer, they panic and resort back to their animal state. So that's why we have a lot of different things that are given to us. But even as you said, we don't have to take what's given. As a matter of fact, it's responsible to take care of the masses by giving them things to believe. But when you get to the level of being self-governing, now we have the responsibility of doing the work of defining our reality, setting our own reasons and meanings and symbols and things of that nature. Because if we don't, imagine living in a world where it's like you're kind of leaning on the matrix to give you information, and but you're also kind of trying to be your own living God. Eventually you're going to get pulled. The gravity of the masses is very strong. So it's like you can't play that double-edged sword. It's either
Yep.
you define your world or the world defines itself for you. It's one or the other.
Yeah,
One or the other.
you're exactly right that some people need that. You know what I mean? I was listening to, what was that?
Most people need that. Walk
You're
outside.
right. Yeah, most people do, but that's why this calling isn't for everyone. You know what I'm saying? But you're absolutely right. I heard I was listening to an out of body experience video a couple days ago. And if I, everyone believe what they want to believe, but I believe what you believe is where you end up when when you die, when you're done. To an extent, like if you believe in a heaven and stuff, that's what you're going to be shown and depicted, right? And this guy had his whole out of body experience and everything, and he went to what he considered a heaven and all of that, and he described it so beautifully and all of that. And I thought to myself, I am not raising my children in the Christian way of thinking at all. I'm teaching them, the things I know that I know, through my knowing and that I've learned and whatnot. And I just thought to myself, my gosh, if I keep with them, which is great, what will they have as their understanding of an end of life experience? You know what I mean? And I have a young one, I have a 7-year-old, and I wondered, like, should I incorporate that while they're still in their neophyte stage so that they you understand what I mean? Like, so that there's something they can kind of wrap it into. I don't know, just like they've made the quote unquote Bible a nice story for everyone to be able to take in until you're able to truly decipher for yourself.
Yes.
I don't know, maybe it's like a safety net. Do you know what I mean?
It is. Yeah, I do. And this is all good. And this is what I was kind of getting at before. It's good to expand to try to, and this is what I'm teaching in the course, to try to find the good and even the so-called bad, to really see that everything is working out in the favor of whatever the hell it is you call you. So even these things that are happening in the world, in the news, government, whatever, sure, it's easy to see the negative in it, especially if you're afraid. And no one's going to admit that they're scared. I know how this works. But when we see somebody getting killed or we see people getting sick and all that other stuff, the first thing we think is, oh my God, what if it's me? Then you get scared. People can say, I'm not scared of nothing all they want, but I know how this works. So what happens is when you're able to expand outside of just you and see the bigger picture, that fear starts to dissolve and you can really start to see the good intention. Okay, so you know what I'm saying? Like, so that's why last week I said the exercise would be adopt a belief that you don't hold, right? Try to put yourself in a Nazi shoes and see the good intention in what they were doing. Try to put yourself in a rapist's shoes and try to see the good intention maybe of what they were trying to do. And let me say what I'm saying. The intention might be good, but the behaviors could be fucked up. But within every human being action and thought pattern, there's good intention, but it takes an expanded perspective to see that. You can't see that if you're still in that me. So even applying that
reminds, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, you go ahead.
I was just saying that's what I mean with that segment energy. It's not going to be always nice. Like it does take a lot for a person to understand, like you just said about a rapist, and it sounds so horrible on the outside, but what that is to do to either one of those parties, the states that will come from there, whether that's their karma, their dharma, what have you, but the states, these situations are not good or bad. They happen. It's what you do with it, how you respond, how you react, how you grow, how you don't grow, how you evolve or don't evolve. It's, you know what I mean? It's all meant for our evolution, all of it.
It's the process of our evolution. Boy, oh boy, we got some stuff on the way. What's up, Maestro? How are you?
Hello, peace. It was a relatively dense day, but I just had like a okay interaction, and then on the walk back, like shit, I just like there was nothing but beauty. I'm not saying was looking at ass or something like, but literally like as I was walking, like shit was beautiful, shit was perfect.
Was she beautiful in this moment?
You said what?
Was she beautiful in this moment?
Kriti, yes.
Was she beautiful in the past?
Hmm. And she was always beautiful. I didn't want to see it. Reminds me of the like the stories from Agora where the two people could work with the same deity, but depending on how they actually perceive that deity will, it'll be reflected right back. At this point in time, like I said, there's nothing but beauty, nothing but harmony.
Big facts. Big facts. Even in all these terrible examples of the ignorance of humanity, even amidst all of that, if you can still find the good intention, you can start to see that all this stuff is perfect. Like, there's a level of saying it, and it's a level of seeing it. When you see it, your behavior changes. When you're just saying it, your behavior is the same. That's why we can tell people who talk all this stuff, but they act differently. They're not quite there yet. But you can tell when somebody reaches a level of peace. You can tell when their whole life changed because they start getting comments. You're different. Well, what's wrong with you? You acting kind of funny. Like, these kind of comments come because that person has really transformed. From what? Realization.
Yes.
This is beautiful. And there are no enemies. And you don't have to suffer. All these things are true.
That's one of my mantras. You don't have to suffer. You don't. You only suffer because you want to.
Right. Or we should say choose to. Nobody really wants to, but
we choose to, yeah. How we identify everything, man. I'm really seeing it. That's one of my mantras. You don't have to suffer. You don't. You only suffer because you want to. Right.
How's it going, Andy?
Nobody really wants to, but we choose.
All good. All good. How you doing?
Excellent.
Yeah, man. Yeah. All good. All good. The exercise. Sorry, are you in the middle of a conversation here?
We were talking about the beauty of Prakriti.
Yeah, I see it. I feel it. Last week, I think the homework touched on belief and such, yeah. And last week, there was a bit of self-doubting going on with me, you know. I was having a bit of trouble with some of the people I was running into, and it was making me kind of question how much of a reflection then people were of my own kind of, you know, shit I needed to sort out and whatnot. And I come away from last week's class with, you know, thoughts about the homework and belief, and I thought, well, you know, what kind of belief cards am I gonna come up with, and which cards am I gonna pull out each day? And I thought, no, fuck that. I need to kind of look at my own belief at the moment and what I'm believing. And I kind of boil that down to, well, you know, why am I doubting myself, you know? Yes, you know, everybody's got problems day to day. Everybody's got a past and trauma of this and that, of loss and love and what have you. But come on, you know, we're adults. You know, people are dying in the world every day. And what's the worst thing that can happen? Yeah, you die. And then, by the way, that's a part of life. And magicians should know better. That's something to look forward to and not to fear, because if you're fearing that stuff, you're fearing everything else. Mm-hmm. So I guess I started thinking, well, where's the magic gone here? You know, where's all the kind of the work I've been doing? Where's that kind of escape to? Why am I self-doubting? Why have I lost the grip of that? Why have I lost the focus on that stuff? And speaking to another, well, I was actually recording a session, a kind of seminar of someone that mentors me a lot. And she started talking about like sort of ceremonial props and costumes and whatnot, and the importance of kind of what we call kind of magical clothing and robes, if you will. Mm-hmm. And how when, you know, you're using them in ritual or whatever, and there's an intention kind of being put into something, especially, you know, collectively, that them robes begin to contain an essence. And basically she started talking about things on a molecular level of how them robes are all made up. Essentially, as the same things we are, the elements, you know, the particles have come from somewhere else to assemble themselves in a particular time and space to make a particular object, just like us.
Yes.
And that, just that little kind of conversation that she spoke on, I went away from that, and that just lifted that I don't know, there was a penny drop moment. And I'd also said to her, she'd asked me how I was doing, and I kind of expressed, this was after we'd finished recording the session, but I expressed about this self-doubt and said, well, about the, you know, it feels like the mundane, the things in my life, the trials and tribulations of my everyday life are becoming the kind of lessons for me these days, that I'm kind of seeing stuff reflected in other people that I need to work out. But after that conversation, I had the sentiment that I just started this conversation with, well, come on, you know, get a grip, you know, you're bigger and wiser than this. You've been through this so many times. And like I said last week, it's almost like there's levels to this and there's graduations to this. And every time there is a moment of self-doubt with me, it's almost like I'm coming to the end of a cycle. It's like I'm dying in that cycle, ready to be born into a new graduation, a new level, a new gear change, a new veil raise, you know? And that's exactly what's happened now. There's been a shift, been a massive shift in the last 48 hours, whereby this examining of part, because okay, you intellectualize this idea of it as above, so below, and that, you know, as within and as without, and this law of correspondences. But then to actually, and we come back to belief here, to actually feel it and see it allows the belief to be compounded within yourself and to have faith in it, you know, on a much deeper level. And you know, you start thinking, like I say, these particles that you're made up with, of you know, energy doesn't die, and they've been kicking around, you know, for eons, and assembling and reassembling, like sort of solvate coagula. So when you see reality in that sense, what the fuck have you got to be scared about? You know, every particle in your being is waiting for your command, you know, in that. So, you know, you are the god of your kingdom, right? You know, so don't waste the opportunity. Don't deny yourself. Don't, you know, get out of that sort of negative self-talk. And this is, again, what you're talking about with NLP, and how these words, they make the reality. You have to be damn sure you know where you're directing them words, and the will and the intention behind them. And I think when you're looking at these submodalities of language and thought, you're getting to a kind of molecular level. You're getting to the gears and the cogs, the mechanics of what's behind them things. And when you can see that, you can become an engineer of them things. You are the engineer of them things. Yes. So don't give the job away to somebody else. Don't let somebody else take your power. And so then, again, and on that kind of molecular level, you also need to consider the space between everything. So the space between me and the front door of my apartment now, yeah, I can look at that as a distance and say, okay, so there's a separation between me and that plank of wood that I call a door. There is no separation, because you have all that particle between me and it. We are the same, and there is no separation. We just, that the molecular structure has took a different form between me, it, and the particles in between, but you are all of them. And that way you start getting rid of duality. And once you've got rid of that duality, that means that you can you can control particles at a distance, as Einstein told us. And that is done with thoughts and words and actions and intention. And I think, you know, that picture, like that old alchemical picture of like the guy sort of crawling underneath the dome, and there was like a different layer of reality on the other side of that dome. That's where the fuck I am right now. And without the mushrooms, without the DMT. And the thing is, it only took a couple of words from someone else to trigger everything that I'm kind of saying to you now. And that is a beautiful thing, you know. And yeah, with them, with that belief inside, with that understanding inside, yeah, you know, the shadow work all falls into place in a way.
Awesome. Thank you for sharing that, because I'm going through a situation like that right now. You know, I'm in the process of moving in October, and I was like getting nervous and shit. It's like, oh man, I can't find a house. I'm starting to panic. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay. I'm living in a house now, so why can't I find another house?
Yeah,
it's that easy, you know.
You've done it a million times and more already. Every cell of you has. Every cell about you has. All the cells, all the particles of that house you're moving to, they're already in you, and you're already there.
Y'all have history together. That's why you're even going there. What's that word? Ranana Banda?
Runa Bandhana. Or Runana Bandhana.
Runana Bandhana.
Every time Andy comes on, it always reminds me of like the image. There's that one Jedi that's always in space, and then like he's, you don't see him around the temple, and then like you don't know he came in, and then the council meeting starts, and then you see him walk in.
Thank you.
Thank you. You be dropping gems.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, and again, it's it's part of this journey, isn't it? Sort of last week, the last meeting, there was a lot of this stuff tied up in that, we were all talking about belief and NLP and the power of these words, and reframing the past in a way, or getting to the root of stuff. And I think sometimes you can get a bit fixated on that stuff. There has to be a point where you can step aside from yourself and give yourself a hug or whatever, or a shake on the head or whatever, and say to your inner child, if that's what you want to call it, not get a grip, but it's going to be okay. It's going to be okay. It's yourself you need to get a grip of and take aside and have a word and say, come on, pull up your bootstraps. And, I know these are kind of cliches and whatever, but, give yourself a slap in the face with that magical kipper that you've got in your back pocket. You know what I mean? And, you are the master of the reality that you're creating with your words, your thoughts. You might say, oh no, well, the words and the thoughts have been created by some other civilization that had some, evil intention. No, fuck off. You stop putting stop putting obstacles in your way to being what you really are. You know what I mean? You're beautiful. You're beautiful. Be beautiful. You can't say the word beautiful without smiling. Try saying beautiful without smiling. You know what I mean? It's in the word. That's all you need. One word, beautiful. Take it forward from there. Right. Good night. I'm going. No.
you dropping the mic? He's like, that's all. I'm about to drop the mic.
No, peace.
You're so right, though. It's like, but then, it's such a step. It really is crossing a barrier when you do finally accept that you really are your reality, or you are the creation behind your reality, but you really do have to just take the leap, because it is a bit of unknown. You're stepping into something that is limitless. And I think for a lot of people that is a bit daunting, but like you said, we are absolutely beautiful creatures, man. And it's amazing to be a part of this.
Another thing about what you said, Andy, that I really like is the fact that this was all triggered by words. A certain sequence of words shift the entire perspective on all this. So just like with what you said, Kari, to be able to witness the beauty in all this, like that does change, that changes how you are. Like one of the things that I say is, you got your context, there's a trigger in that context, and that trigger puts you into a state. Now that state literally contains all the behaviors and thoughts that you can have. So if we're running around being scared, afraid of being harmed, afraid of death, but when you can see the world as beautiful, when you can see Prakriti for her voluptuous thick self, or whatever is beautiful to you, like this, and Prakriti is everything. So whatever you want is there. When you're able to see that, you can behave in such a way as if you have a very, very real chance of attaining that which you seek, or rather realizing that you already have it.
Prakriti. Wow.
I think as well, there's a real opportunity now with certainly, you know, the people in this group to, you know, I wonder where this group is going to go. You know, there's a tipping point that I think everybody's becoming aware of here. And, you know, the next, you know, you're in control of your own narrative, you're in control of your thoughts, and you're in control of your words. When you focus, when you put the effort in, and you put the focus there, okay, that is ritual, yeah. And if you're not doing ritual in some way, then you ain't doing the work. If you're doing the work though, then there's a real opportunity to start constructing, you know, we might call them astral temples or astral realities. But it's time to start constructing them things, you know, and bringing them into form. And again, I think you can kind of dilly-dally on the astral and, you know, but that particle playground is there for you to solidify things here that you can use in order to be of service to others. And by being in service to others, you're enriching yourself. And I think that's certainly where I'm headed. And I think potentially that's where people here are headed to. You know, once you, because we can talk about it every week, you know, for months about how to do it. But again, going back to belief, if you don't really, with every cell of your being believe in what you're chatting,
yes,
then it ain't gonna work. It ain't gonna work. And I think this is where kind of potentially an argument for mental health might pop up. Because you have to lose your mind. You have to lose your mind in order to come to your senses and shape the reality that you want for the benefit of the world around you, because you are that world. You know, without you, there is no world. So I think taking this idea of belief one step forward, you know, a step further would be, okay, if you believe in it, then do it. Prove to yourself, you know, the actions are stronger than the words, okay? Yeah. The words are powerful, we know, but then to, you know, if the thought is drawing back the bow and the arrow, then the action is letting go and that arrow hitting its target. And yeah, this is how I'm walking through my molecular playground at the moment. You know, we said, I remember we had a conversation maybe a few months back, and I said about the table. You know, we talked about like the journey of the table. Well, the table, before it was a table, you know, it was a blueprint. It was a draftsman's diagram. It was a thought. It was an intention. Where am I going to put that coffee cup? You know, where can I sit down? You know, whether it was somebody chopping a tree down and saying, that stump of the tree, I'm going to sit around that and put something on that. And then it becomes a bit more elaborate. you know, so it becomes engineered. You start becoming an engineer of the reality around you based on, you know, ideas you come up with, things that are going to make your life and other people's lives easier. So I think I'm seeing reality now in the last 48 hours on a much more molecular level, where to the point where you see the energy in its different forms. And yeah, you know, okay, don't want to get all Dr. Strange here, you know, because I'm not on mushrooms and I'm not on some DMT trip. But you know what? You know, our third eye is a very powerful thing.
Yeah.
You should have that thing turned on and opened and squeegeed as much as possible, you know. Yeah, because when you can see reality like that, and you know reality is like that on a deeper, subtler level, then the problems that you think you have become much more manageable, I would say.
Yes. I'm also glad that you brought up this concept of these things being ingrained even into the molecular level. This is a lot of what's going to be discussed in the next module of the course regarding memory. And what I'm going to present is that memory is much deeper than just stuff you remember. Memory is an incredible, powerful force that we barely are able to describe. And it goes beyond our capacity to even understand what it is. But the way that we can trace its effects is through what has been ingrained on matter. Because we're dealing with patterns, right? And we know that patterns over time influence matter. And if we don't believe that, what happens if you go to the gym every day for a year, working on your legs and your arms? Those patterns are ingrained into your matter, right? I don't care who you are, something's going to change. Likewise, if you continue to take poisonous substances over time, those patterns are going to become ingrained into matter. So we can see it on a microcosmic scale. Imagine on a macrocosmic scale. Imagine what millions of years of patterns can do. Millions of years of patterns can build an entire reality that we just take for granted. Something as simple as chewing food. How many creatures on this realm chew food for energy? How many times has that pattern been executed? And how many times is that pattern executed every moment of every day since the sun was a thing? Those patterns have an effect on every plane. Likewise with sex, right? Sex has been a thing for every creature across time. That's information. That's data. The same way that we like pictures on Instagram, or we have a YouTube history and it's all stored on some hard drive in California. Likewise, every action that has ever occurred is stored on some cosmic hard drive, or we can just call it an Akashic record. I don't know. All this information is collected. These are patterns that have an effect on reality. This is what instinct is. Animals don't think. They just do what's been done already. NPCs don't think. They just do what's been done already.
Even we don't at a level. Our brain processes from reptilian brain on up. We do, then we feel, then we think. The justification comes last. It's like, no, I did that because XYZ.
Right.
It's over. The behavior, once you see the behavior is over, it's game.
Right. We justify last, and people don't understand that. We feel something and we do something based on that feeling. It's a pattern. It's automatic. That's why it's called autopilot. But then in hindsight, you go back and you try to make sense of it. Well, I did this because you're trying to make it make sense. That's why when people try to explain their behavior, you can't always take that at face value. When people say, oh, I have this problem and it's because of this, right? I beat up on my wife because I was beat up as a kid. That's not the answer. That's what you justified, but there's something deeper. So having the skill to be able, and the patience, it's not just skill, it's patience, because this stuff is hard. Just like a computer tech or I don't know, whatever, having to dig through a lot of data, that can be strenuous. So just like what Jason was talking about earlier with his memory, I can't remember really before high school. Well, one of the things I wanted to say that I did say in the next module of the course is that you're dealing with a lot of data. Of course you don't remember. You're only really accessed. See, with computers, they have what's called RAM, random access memory. And that's the stuff that you do all the time. So if I'm always pulling up these 3 apps, the information and the data for those apps are stored in my random access memory. The conscious mind has RAM as well. You can only hold about 9 pieces of data, 5 to 9 pieces of data at a time. That's everybody. So imagine all the information that we literally have to delete, distort, and generalize just to have those 9 pieces of data. And then take into consideration that Prakriti is infinite. So the amount of data available to us is so vast, it's incomprehensible. So some of these patterns that have been around for so long, we've begun to attribute personalities to them because that's the best way for the conscious mind to interpret them. This is where we get spirits from. Angels, gods, chakras. And even these things leave an imprint on matter.
There's an important point that Andy brought up. But he brought up the basically like don't bullshit yourself. And an important part when it comes to affirmations is that there's always a missing link. I am ultra wealthy. I have everything I need. There's also a level of action and perspective that needs to be gained. For example, $1 million, super hot girlfriend, super cool car. Well, first to even get those things, you're gonna need to have a driver's license in the United States. You're gonna have to have the mindset to handle that capacity of money, and you're gonna have to have the proactive quote unquote masculine mindset and how that all fits into your framework. Then when you say these affirmations, there's literal things in your unconscious that agree with that. If you're saying, oh, I got this, and you have 99 levels that disagree. But if you find out what makes you believe something in the same way that if you were to like pick up an apple and let go, you don't even think about how it's going to drop. You know it's going to drop. But if you figure out how to believe anything in the same way you believe that apple is going to drop, have fun.
And I think the key word in there is I know. It's a knowing, and that on itself is a whole different level of awareness.
Right. And it's getting to how do you know? When you ask that question, there's a process. There's how do you know? Okay, it needs to hit this, it needs to hit this and this. When I talk to other people outside of this group about such concepts, it's like, no, or it's I know. And I say, okay, how do you know? Well, I just know. And then you end up breaking down literal nodes and switches within their brain. And all this, they're the world's most unique human. Like, oh, I don't care about none of that. That doesn't apply to me. But at the same time, I'm using, like, I already got their brain patterns down and I'm changing my speech to match theirs. But once you figure out the process of how you know. So what Kari said, it's knowing. But how specifically do you know? Break it down.
So here's a question. How do you know that when you drop an apple, it's going to hit the ground? How do you know that?
Experience.
Mhm.
What did you experience?
The dropping of the apple, I guess, the action that you take place from go, at least on a mundane physical level.
So you dropped an apple before? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I'd say it's the repeated experience.
Okay. So you had repeated experiences of dropping an apple or what? Now, look, this might sound like I'm being a smartass. I feel like I'm being a smartass, but like, seriously, this is what no one does. Like, all of your brain processes so fast. This is deletion, distortion, generalization. And it happens subliminally, meaning it happens below the liminal level. We don't think about it. It seems instantaneous. It seems autopilot, but it's not autopilot. It just happens so fast. So we don't think about how we know that an apple is going to fall to the ground. We don't think about how we know the earth is round or flat. We don't think about how we know these things. We just say, I know. So how do you know? I know that if I drop an apple to the ground, it's going to fall because there have been so many situations where I've knocked things over and I've dropped things or thrown things or caught things. I get a pretty good idea of how gravity works. So I can transpose that data onto the concept of an apple dropping. If I can transpose that data of the concept of gravity to an apple dropping, I can also transpose that trust, that confidence to any other thing. I can transpose that trust I have in gravity to the trust that I have in whatever spirit that I'm working with to do exactly what I needed to do. You don't sit here and doubt gravity. You don't say, well, gravity is not going to happen for you. You're not pretty enough. You're not wealthy enough. You don't come from the right family. No, you just know it's going to work. So when you say it's that knowing, it's the removal of all resistance and doubt. Now, what if everybody here could just sit down and think of a moment where you know something and you trust something so much that you don't even question it? I know when I have to go to the bathroom, I got to go to the bathroom. There's no doubt there. So what if you take a moment that you know for a fact? And I love thinking of emotions like juice or liquid, right? And because it's very fluid. And maybe this is why they consider the astral plane in correlation with the water element. Maybe, I don't know. But I like to think of these different emotional states as fluid. And I like to think that when people feel like they can't do something, all that means is they're accessing a reservoir that's empty. So the solution to getting yourself in the mode to do something that you feel like you can't do is accessing that juice of a time that you were able to do something. Take that juice, connect a straw to the moment that you're struggling with, and allow one to fill the other. Gas prices don't have to be this high forever.
Emotions are the gas that bridge the subtle to the physical. I'll leave it at that.
Sticky astral fluid is what Ophio called it.
Or a kahuna juice.
Kahuna juice.
And that's what I like, all the big rituals and what candle do I use?
Mm-hmm.
It all serves the greater purpose of convincing your mind that it works.
Mm-hmm.
You sit there, you do like 10, whatever, you got your candles, you got, you draw out all the signs, you draw out all the Hebrew letters, whatever whatever you needed at the time. You're like, okay, it works. But you get more and more comfortable with that. And the magus is moving up or becoming more refined when it's like, they just dwindle down till, it'll be a single candle. And the next level, it'll just be pure thought because they mastered that level of certainty.
Mm-hmm.
And Andy brought up changing particles in other places, facilitating change. with doing less. That's the Magus. That's the master.
I mean, when when we talk about like sort of anchors and whatnot, you know, and sort of how we can use things in the physical or even memories, you know, to sort of to trigger us back into a positive frame of mind or into an accelerated moment that we need, or you know, maybe we're going into a kind of interview situation, or we're, you know, going into a meeting where the results are important and we need to project this kind of image of success, or already having broke the deal, however you want to, you know, think about it. But it's about, again, I pull it back to belief. It's getting that belief in order, getting that self-belief, you know, to a point that you just mentioned there, where it's just like becomes an instinctual thing where I got to take a leak now. I need to eat. I need to sleep. Yeah. If everything is done with that same level of conviction and knowing and naturalism, then, you know, you've got a lot better chance of succeeding in your actions than without. You know, if you're half-arsed about it, or kind of dilly-dallying, or oh, should I, shouldn't I, and what about if they think this, what about if she says that? No, you know,
you're already lost.
Yeah, you got to cut that stuff out. And I think, you know, we've talked about this before in terms of Kabbalistically, of, you know, things emanate down like a fountain, you know, and then find their materialism at the bottom of the tree, not the other way up, you know. So when how you perceive things, you know, through the operating system that's using your senses to intelligize things, or to, you know, sort of recognize things, that's the important stuff that you need to kind of, you know, start within and change everything without, you know. So an example might be, look, you can make a playlist, yeah, of your favorite tunes, yeah, and you can, so the way you listen to a particular tune, right, the way you perceive, the way you comprehend, the way you understand a particular piece of music, you can put all your intention into that piece of music, because what it means to me will mean something different to somebody else, because we all have our different life experiences. We all have different intervening variables made up of our education and institutions that we've been through in the past. But as magicians, you have the power to change them intervening variables to how you want to filter reality through them senses. And in an auditory way, you can say, okay, this song by, I don't know, whoever, means this to me and is going to have this effect on my state. Okay, so you can shift gears throughout the day depending on the piece of music that you're going to listen to. Just like having a couple of props in your pocket. Okay, so this coin means this. This cube means that. This ribbon means something else. Okay, but also this is how mudras work. Yeah, so, you know, this kind of, this is, you know, this particular posture, when I touch myself on my temple, it's gonna trigger this, it's gonna trigger that. And these are all tools that we can use, but at the end of the day, they all come from further up the tree that we are. And, you know, I think these props in a way are the magician's training wheels, because at some point you don't need them anymore. You know, you don't need a wand. There you go. You know, you know, so you don't need a cup. Come on, you know, it's all, you are the vessel, you are the grail that you're looking for. You're looking for something that's already found you. So come on, turn your eyes in,
Kung Fu
and you'll see
Panda.
everything you need to see on the outside.
You're just out here dropping gems, man. Like, I've been here like the past 20 minutes, man. Like,
It's you know, it is what it is, and that's all of us. And I think, you know, you have these peak experiences, you have these peak moments, and now, you know, I've become so aware, and awareness is massive in this, you know, because once that awareness expands, that allows you to have that true belief of the path you're on and the power you possess and how to direct it and share it. And I think this moment will become an infant moment, you know, a little further down the line, and I'll be on here again in a few months feeling a bit insecure and self-doubting and blah, blah, blah. And then the next week I'll have had the revelation, and on it goes. But the more it happens, the easier it becomes to deal with it in a proper and a maturely magical way. Like a fine cheese.
just take some time.
Yeah.
There's a future book. It's on the reading list for Magus Society, but I was reading a chapter out of there, and it's such heavy gems when it comes to the work we're doing. And like, you know, just by doing basic rituals, chakra shuddhi, lesser banishing ritual, we're really clearing out karma on such like a deep, it's amazingly, like if you delve into the work, it's amazing like how much karma and some scars are really plowing through when we step into this work. And there's something that you said there, Andy, like it gets easier and easier, and then, you know, you can run in the same situation a little bit down the road. For it's in a perspective, like people who run the world, when they have to go through this work, it's very intensive, and they're doing it on levels like their personal work alone, the levels that we're doing on their that they are doing is literally at the causal level. And yeah, it just gets
You mean you have to be prepared for what you might term as loneliness, you know, because once you become so elevated in your train of thought and the way you perceive and the way you think and act towards reality and yourself, it becomes a little alien to everybody else around you, you know. And you know, you do have to, you know, this is why, you know, a lot of these kind of gurus, sadhus and whatnot will go and sit off in a cave, because the interference of the mundanity of everyday life, if you will, it's probably a distraction, you know, and it interferes with their work. And there'll be another side of that where they probably don't want to distract the mainstream in a way, you know, because people have to find it by themselves. And, you know, I have to keep kind of 1 foot in, you know, the mundane reality, if you want to call it that. I don't even want to call it that, because I feel like I'm putting it down, and I don't want to put it down. It's a beautiful thing, you know. So It's just a different level of reality, and on a necessary level as well. And to keep one foot in it, but then to have the other foot in, you know, the particle playground, as I've now labeled it, isn't an easy thing. And I think this is where you need balance, and you need to ground yourself, because it can split you in two, it can tear you in two. And I think that's why a lot of occultists do suffer, you know, with mental health issues, and they struggle to deal with life. They struggle to keep the balance, because the balance is what's hard about it, because it's easy to stray off one way or down one rabbit hole or this rabbit hole too far, and you lose touch with everybody else, and then everybody starts saying, oh, what's happened to him? What's happened to him? You know, and especially if you're kind of reaching kind of, you know, what we'll term as Tiferet, where you're talking about seeing the light and all this stuff, and you're getting on some kind of Jesus vibe, you know, that ain't a good look.
It's not.
You know, even back then it wasn't a good look. You know, they crucified his ass. You know,
they killed his ass.
You know, lessons to be learned. You know, you know, to be silent is important as well. Obviously, here we're in a safe place and we can share, and we're all on the same page and doing the same thing. You know, but out there, down there. Yeah, you got to be careful. You've got to keep it in check, and sometimes that can be hard, because it's such a beautiful thing, and you want to go and scream it from the rooftops, and you want to go over and shake people awake, but you know you can't. You know, you got to do it for them to some extent, and again we come back to intention. As long as you can keep your intention clean and pure, then it's only going to help that level of reality. If you got some funky ass intention going on, it's going to come back to you anyway. It's going to come back to you anyway.
You guys dropped some good information. You know. So basically, Travis, you were saying, putting the same confidence in you knowing when you drop the apple is going to fall, apply that to something else that you're trying to work on with the same confidence.
Absolutely.
And then, like MC saying, knowing that you know, and how do you know that you know that?
Yeah, absolutely. Nice. And that's what we call a strategy, right? Mm-hmm. How you're able to get your consciousness from one place to another place takes a strategy. So someone who is riddled with anxiety, someone who suffers from panic attacks and depression, it doesn't just happen. They're an expert at making that happen. They have a strategy to get there. There's something that, there's a context that they find themselves in. There's a trigger that happens, and that trigger starts the strategy. It starts the process, and they end up in a state. And now within that state, there's only a certain number of behaviors that they can produce. So when we talk about like, how do you know? It's not simply just like in Gyan Yoga, right? He said that a lot of people think that Gyan Yoga is asking yourself, who am I? What am I? No, it's deep introspection, which is exactly what we're doing. It's not simply, how do you know the apple's going to fall to the ground? You're asking because you're looking for the strategy, the context of yourself and how you trust. It doesn't matter about the content. It doesn't matter that it's an apple falling. It doesn't matter. How do you know that you've become aroused? How do you know that you're hungry? How do you know that you have to use the bathroom? How do you know that your favorite show is on TV? Like, there's ways that you know things. And if you can break down at a very simple animalistic level, you can perform astral surgery, so to speak. You know, get your Veronica BBLs on, and you can go in there and slice out and carve a pathway and allow this astral fluid that we call states or emotions, because that's the astral plane, and allow it to flow into another workable area of your life. This, I mean, we do this naturally, right?
Yeah.
I know before, back in my day, going out on the town, convincing myself that I'm probably going to get laid and never did. I used to listen to some music and get myself hyped up, put these clothes on, spray some cologne. Yeah, I'm about to go break them down, right? I get out to the club and then stand on the corner and then hate it.
Yeah.
But before I got into that bad state, I was able to put myself in that good state. There was a strategy to get there. So it's not what candle do I use. It's what does that candle do for you? Don't ask what you can do for your country. Ask what your country can do for you. Who said that?
JFK.
Yeah.
There we go.
Another occultist, actually.
You don't say.
know that. Yeah, no, people don't know.
I believe
that.
it.
They ain't ready for it.
I believe.
They're gonna turn it into another theory.
Right. Not ready.
Let's go.
Leave it alone.
Talk about a family curse, though, but we'll leave that alone.
Family karma, high level family karma.
deep some scars in that family.
Ananda Honda Banda Banda. What's the freaking word?
Runana Bandhana.
Runana Bandana. Runana Bandana.
No, but like Andy was saying, I feel like I'm going through that experience myself of trying to cross over that threshold of having one foot based in what we would consider, our reality, and then being based in what was your word that you used? The molecular playground?
Particle playground.
The particle playground.
The quantum realm.
In essence, but it's been very, my friend was like, oh, like, let's go out this Saturday. Like, there's a bar in like Long Beach that I really want to try, I'll invite, like, my cousin will hang. And the first thing I thought of is like, what the fuck am I going to talk about? I'm so deep in this work. I'm so deep into, my spirituality, and not saying I can't talk about very, let's say, base level things. It's just like, that in itself sometimes takes a lot out of me to even bring myself down into that state and vibrate on that frequency. You know what I mean? And so, but at the same time, though, what is that quote about Jesus is like, be of the world, but not in the world, And so I think about that a lot of, unless you do become a yogi and decide to go to the mountains, you know what I mean? We're still rooted in this matrix, you know what I mean? And so I still have to figure out how to navigate it, but still stay at that vibration while also being able to talk about like base level stuff, and I guess I'm trying to figure it out right now.
It's a dichotomy almost. We get there's a book wrote by Rudolf Steiner called The Influence of Lucifer and Ahriman. And there's a dichotomy between the overly spiritual and the overly material. And in the West, it's sort of a different karma we have, to where we have to kind of play the material game. But there's a third option, and it's something that Christ represented as well. Tifereth, any Tiferethic deity deals with this. Specifically, if we're talking about Ahriman, like the spiritual god, and then the demiurge material god. Between them, this is the role we play as an occultist in the West, which is the mediator.
Yeah.
The middle between the two. We get, we get high influences and we do our high work, but we should still be able, go out to the club. And even if the conversation is still on a low point, we could still talk in a manner in which we could start to finagle, I guess, the frame of the conversation. So where even if, someone's talking about, I don't know, cars or something, and you could kind of throw in like a little analogy, oh, I read this about cars, XYZ. But it's kind of becomes your playground. And I always like, and again, these world leaders, they seem like awfully materialistic, but they're really high level magicians. In the East, that would be a yogi, but in the West, that's a billionaire.
So there's one thing that you mentioned that I just now realized from that book. So you're talking about this materialistic demiurge god, and then also this spiritual non-material god. Have we been talking about these two lovers already?
Purusha and Prakriti.
Everywhere you go. So we just sat up here talking about how beautiful Prakriti is, and then you got other people talking about the demiurge. We got to fight the demiurge. What are you fighting? Your tools that you're using to fight are the demiurge. There's no fight in the demiurge.
Where Luke goes into the dark side cave, and it's like, oh, do I need anything? Yoda says, only what you take with you. Picks up his lightsaber. He goes in for conflict, and he finds the conflict within himself. He cuts off Vader's head. Mask pops open. What face does he see? It's himself.
He didn't like it.
Oh man, that's even saying the demiurge is still, it's straight up Christianity. Like, it's not only Christianity blaming the devil, but the demiurge still comes out of Christianity. So you didn't really, folks. I'm sorry. Talking about the evil demiurge.
But it's Prakriti. It's Prakriti. It's Prakriti.
Yeah, I know all that, Trav, but what about the demiurge trying to steal my melanin?
It's not yours. It's Prakriti. She owns it all.
It's Krakriti, no Prakriti. It's Krakriti.
That's too many roles.
I can't do that. I can't do it.
Krakriti.
Much practice as I'm trying to do with my tongue. I can't do all them roles.
What practice are you doing with your tongue, Travis?
Some Asmodee practices. I know the whole Travis Magus archive.
Oh, the Travis Magnum. Yeah, Gator been back here watching y'all ass. Hey, where the hell y'all get Kyrie ass from? Kyrie, where the hell you been?
I know. I was there last week.
Yeah, you've been trapped, goddamn. Shock T done got a hold of your ass. Prakriti done got a hold of your ass, and you let it go.
On some real shit, man.
We got Kari the White.
Yeah,
Kari the Gray.
Well, we miss you, my brother, man. We need your interjections, man. You know, hey, you got some powerful shit coming. Wherever you got the East Coast flavor, man. The West Coast flavor, bringing it on to the Mid-South. You know,
I miss you guys, honestly. Like I tend to isolate myself, and
you don't isolate from us, man. We your fam, man. Hell, we all in this together. Like y'all was just talking. This is a lonely, like Drew said, man. This is a lonely fucking road, man. Yeah. You know, without you guys, man, I think I might be in 5150 in the hospital with a straitjacket. For real. Like I like shit. I got some more people that think like I think. Yeah, man. So yeah, man. Welcome back, man. I know I've been back in the cut, just watching y'all, just chilling. But hey, y'all continue, man. Don't let me get on my soapbox, because I'm full of energy tonight.
Hey, well, I'm trying to hear from you, Gator, man. Honestly.
Nah, I'm gonna come out to the West Coast and go to one of them goddamn festivals, because the last time we talked to you, you said you was going to some festival and we ain't heard from your ass since.
Oh yeah, that's what happened.
He tried to fight the Doth monster.
Yeah, the Doth monster, man. Like
that was around the top with Shooty. That was the top with Shooty phase.
Yeah,
that was all in the days. Like, whoo.
Yeah. I did that talk with Shooty today, man. Shit, man. Purusha whooping my ass. Yeah. Every time I do that talk with Shooty, I get something different. I don't know about y'all. Every time I do, it's like I feel something different, or I experience something different, or I hear something different. So man, you know, this shit. We need to goddamn put this shit on videotape and sell it. Cause this is the motherfucking goddamn Illuminati. We the fucking Illuminati.
Seriously, I logged on. I saw the names. I was like, oh shit, we about to have a good meeting.
Yeah. So I just hey, let me bag up and get into my back row, man. You know, so I just wanted to just interject that real quick. What up, Trav, Maestro, Drew, and the rest of the crew? And Hecate. Shit. Micah. I see y'all. I'm back here. Y'all see my name pop up on just know I'm back here kicking it.
Ooh, cool.
It's good to hear you.
Yeah. So
Hey, I know you're there.
And the rest of the crew that's on here. Trav, what you need to do, Trav, you need to make sure everybody, when we come on this shit, get everybody to do an introduction, man. Man, goddamn, man, we love y'all, man. I mean, maybe I'm just too goddamn sensitive, but man, I be wanting to hear everybody like, hey, don't be just sitting in the back, you know what I'm saying, just watching. Say something like, hey, you know, fuck.
Yeah.
Show some love. Give a goddamn emoji hug or some shit, you know. You know, hey, let you know you here, you know. But anyway, I digress.
Yeah, that's good. That's a good point. By the way, Gator, my brother says what's up. He's still you know, asked about you or whatnot. Says what's Gator?
Yeah, man, we got to hook up soon, man, and just hang out, man. You know what I mean? And start coming up with plans on taking over the world. Cause I think it's slipping from the ones who controlling it. They're gonna pass the baton down somewhere, and we got to pick that motherfucker up, man, and keep rolling.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Indeed. More capable hands.
More capable hands, man, because I think they didn't reach their peak. Everything has an ending. That's the thing about life. We all have a beginning and we all have an ending, and I think some things have come to an end. So it's the beginning for the next phase.
Absolutely.
Right. And another thing I wanted to put, you guys are way more powerful than what you think. When I know it's difficult sometimes when we come down to mundane people or whatever, man, just roll with it. You know, pick up on the vibration. You guys are vibrational manipulators. Man, I'm telling you, you could peep out of vibration real quick. Anywhere you go, you already know. Oh shit. You know what vibration they on. Man, just throw yourself in it. I just came from around the most ignorant motherfuckers in the world talking about excuse my language, hoes, clothes, and gold. I'm like, oh, and you know what? I actually interjected my opinion about some dumb shit. You know what I mean? Of course, I wanted to tell them about grounding and some top was shooty, some shit like that, some meditation. Man, that shit ain't gonna fly. So you all are gods, or you all are on another level, man. So man, just throw yourself in it, man, and have fun. That's the thing about it. This shit is meant to have fun. Don't be so fucking serious. Cause I know I get around these dumb motherfuckers, I'll be like, oh God. So instead of me saying, oh God, I just say, well, I'm finna have some fucking fun. I see how stupid this shit can go. And it go way stupider than I think it can go, man. I be laughing my ass out. And next thing you know, I'm laughing harder than they laughing at this dumb shit. But I know, but that's what I'm saying. Don't be so hard on yourselves, man, when you get around this mundane world, because just know that, you know what I'm saying, you are one of the select few. You are that fucking 1 or 2%, man, that's really understanding what's really going on in the world. It ain't that many people knowing what's going on in this motherfucker. And it's about 1 or 2%. And you are the one. So, hey, man, it's just a message I need to throw out there. So
I needed to hear that, Gator. Thank you.
Hell yeah. I just throw my man, I be laughing at these crazy mother. Man, it's entertainment. Y'all don't get entertained by this crazy shit out here. I be laughing my ass out like, oh my God. Seriously?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but just your Trav, maintain your frame, man. I ain't gonna lie. That time you came out with that fucking shit, maintain your frame. I was damn near 1 foot into the goddamn crazy house. And then, you know, Trav came out with that, maintain your frame, man. Be what you say, be ever vigilant. What's the rest of them?
Maintain your frame, be ever vigilant, exert your influence, always believe.
Man, you saved my fucking life. I need to cash out you right now.
If you ain't off this channel and get that.
Yes. That shit powerful, man. And when you went to mundane world, man, you got to maintain that frame.
Sure.
We went
Okay.
over NLP, so we know
NLP.
what composes a frame.
Yes.
Get a little spicy with that.
I'm dying laughing.
Oh, shit.
I was speaking on you going to the ghetto. That's how I started the show out, Gator.
Oh,
Like,
shit.
I say Gator passed by the motherfucker. Say, oh, look at that motherfucker. He get acting funny and shit.
I did this motherfucker off of that. Yeah. It's all love, man. It's all love. But hey, y'all continue, man. Continue with the dialogue. Y'all dropping some powerful jewels. Kyrie, welcome back, man.
Thank you. It feels good to be back, man. It feels like home, honestly. It feels like home. So.
Oh.
Yeah, no, but no, you're right though. If this wasn't, if the universe didn't want us to see it and to experience it, it wouldn't be here. You know,
Right.
I tell myself all the time, it's like it is here for a reason, and what I get from it is what I get from it. You know?
Yeah. Nothing is arbitrary, man. This is by design.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. This
Even
is
when
by
it feels
design.
that way,
Yeah. I'm a wild card, man. I know I'm a wild card. Sometimes, you know, it take a lot for me. Silence is a motherfucking superpower as well. Sometimes it's cool to just shut the fuck up and don't say nothing and just be the observer.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That is the biggest superpower that I had to learn of all, you know, and just take it in and just smile, you know. Hey, you don't have to interject your opinion, you know, just go with the flow. You know, we always talk about this flow. You know what I'm saying? Hell, peep out what the flow is. And sometimes you just got to, it's like when you was, you know, when the little girls played double dutch, you know, when they had the jump ropes and they try to figure out a time to just jump into the jump ropes. What they call this shit, the double dutch. And you jump right in at the perfect flow. That's what we have to do in life, man. We just got to figure out that perfect time and we jump into that flow. You know what I mean? When we synchronize and just go with it, man. And hey, you ain't got to talk. You ain't got to interject. You ain't even got to react. You guys are way more powerful than you can imagine, man. I'm sitting there. I know I'm sitting there like Jesus. I see these names: Andrew, Maestro, Travis, goddamn. Just the list goes on. I mean, shit. You guys are powerful, man. Very powerful. I mean, everybody that I just named so far and the others, y'all have influenced my life. Y'all have influenced me on, and y'all don't even know. I be over here taking notes. Y'all don't even know it. Cause I gotta get this fucking book. What you just say, Maestro? The influence of Lucifer and Arrow, man. I wrote that shit down, man. You guys don't really know how much you all influence, you know what I'm saying, the people on this platform. And Trav, man, I don't know, man. You just goddamn, Trav. Shit. What's your goddamn cash app again? I know your cash. God damn, man. Shit. I owe you, man. So I didn't mean to get all sensitive and shit and whatever, man. But you know, y'all, hey, y'all continue, man. Whatever y'all was going. I know I fucked up the flow, but you know, I had to come in because you know I've been listening for the last hour.
that was perfect.
Oh man.
What they say, it's all in the feeling. You know what I mean? So I feel like the more sensitive we get, the more refined our energy is. You know, and that's something I've been trying to tell myself. It's like sometimes I'll feel silly meditating.
Yeah.
I'll be like, what am I doing? I'm like, oh, that's my programming trying to stop me from elevating.
Right. I know, right? Don't that shit feel crazy sometimes? You know, you just drop out of nowhere and just go into it, man. You know what I mean? But the shit, and then you come back 3 hours later, like, what the fuck I been? And it seemed like only 10 minutes, you know what I mean? Like, you know, I done seen my whole family. I done seen I can't speak for everybody else. I be seeing all kinds of shit. I don't even see people no more sometimes. Sometimes I just see colors and sounds. But these are the experiences that we experience, you know what I'm saying, the more we go within, you know what I'm saying? And that's the main motivation of this platform, man, is teaching people how to go within. It ain't shit out there. It ain't shit out there in the external world for you. Everything you need to know is to close your fucking eyes and turn on that fucking Cheetah Kasha instead of that goddamn TV man, I'm seeing shit now, man, that I'm like, wow. I don't even have words. I need some more words to express. Yeah. And I can pay, and I can say all of it is attributed to this platform here, man. This shit that took my shit to a next level.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Talk about spiritual acceleration, man.
Spiritual acceleration. And I want to personally thank all of you guys, you know what I mean? So, you know, hey, if you don't think goddamn, you know what I'm saying, you feel like, you know what I'm saying, you're anything in this world, Gate appreciate you. I listen intently. My listening skills are way more better than my goddamn talking skills. Cause you know, I can kind of ramble a lot and I can kind of, you know what I'm saying, I can go ebonically strong. But yeah, at the same time, man, I learned a lot from you guys. And I still say that goddamn Andrew, man, we need to come over to goddamn Dubai, man, and hang out with you, man.
Anytime.
Man, trust me, man. You saved me in one of my dreams one night, man. I was drowning and you reached the hand up and you pulled me out the water. I was like, what the fuck? I heard that fucking accent. That's how I know it was you. Yeah, so man, you guys are powerful, man. You guys are way more. I never in my life thought this shit would be the way it is now. Thank you. That's all I gotta say. I always show gratitude, man. I'm a gratitude king, man. Shit, that fuels my heart energy. I live life from the heart. And yeah, I know that y'all be like, this motherfucker sensitive motherfucker. I don't care about what people think about me no more. I just be who I be. And I just want to express my gratitude, and I want to thank all of y'all.
Thank
I'm
you.
surprised.
Thank you, Jason. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Where the hell Hecate? I know Hecate got something to say. Where's she at? Tell her don't crash that motherfucker because she be driving.
Yeah, you're right, dirty, bro.
With the headphones on.
Yeah, where's she at? Because she gonna take over in a minute. Yeah. Hey, y'all remember that time Hecate fell asleep on this motherfucker? We were like, what the fuck is Hecate doing? She done fell
doing
asleep.
Tower shooting.
Doing Tower shooting.
I remember. Yeah.
Yeah. What you got to say, Veronica? Talk to us. What are you looking at? Where are you going?
I get out of work. I start at 8 a.m. and I finish at 10 p.m.
Okay.
So
okay.
I've been working since 8 a.m. this morning and I just get out of my teaching classes at 10 p.m. So I go from here to go home.
Y'all need to work with a Yasodic entity, namely Hecate. If you want to work hard, work with Hecate to copy that pattern right there.
I can't do that.
Yeah, you can, man. We got the sticky astral matter. That's all you need.
Okay, Ophiel.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, goddamn Ophiel, goddamn that sticky matter, man. Shit.
I'll be listening to those books every night.
Hell yeah. I'm addicted to this shit, man. You know what I mean? And I understand what everybody mean when it's kind of hard to blend into regular society. But sometimes you just got to unplug, like even on the movie The Matrix, they unplugged from that shit and he talked like normal. But when he plugged back in, you know, he went back and through the Matrix and, you know, the shit was on. It was on and popping. But sometimes you just got to, you know, unplug. And we all need to have that Clark Kent personality. We could be fucking Superman all day, but we need to be Clark Kent sometimes. You know what I mean? You have to have that balance. You know what I'm saying? You ain't got to let nobody know you know all this shit. Bless your heart if you do. You know what I mean? But I mean for real, because you go to talk of some of this shit, you know, they're gonna have somebody to come check on your ass.
Yeah.
So you got to find the person, tell them the tale of Darth Plagueis the Wise.
Yeah.
That too. I agree on that one.
Yeah. So, man, you guys, wonderful.
You know, out here, everyone's talking about the white nationalists, and it's just like, you should worry about the occultists, man. Those are the real guys stirring the fucking pot.
Oh, nationalists, bro. Oof.
Yeah,
that's a conspiracy I'll buy into.
Now this,
That-
you're right. You're saying? Now go for it.
That too, like someone sent me like I just haven't talked to him because he just sends me like extremely like a little too goofy for my taste. And there was this whole Twitter battle with like the guy who used to run the CIA and like some other politician and some music artist, whatever. And there's stuff supposedly going on in the world, but like I haven't even looked at that in forever. And just seeing, I'm like, damn, like it's like missing a show that everybody watches, but you have no interest in. Like, oh shit, he died. Oh shit.
I know. My favorite this time around is Trump going to jail this time? Find out next.
Fun next time. Hell yeah.
I am convinced, like Maestro, that this guy is a big wizard. I don't know, but when I saw this guy becoming a president, I knew this dude was a wizard. For real.
People, there's like my dad says all the time, you have no idea who you are talking to. You have no idea. They could have a 3rd-degree black belt. You know what I mean? You have no idea who you're talking to. So sometimes, like Gator said, sometimes it's best just to be quiet and smile, because that's what's going to get you through the day. I think you're muted.
Yeah.
Trav, you're muted.
Yeah, it's a silent song, Trav. I was kissing the mic.
He was really going in.
Putting that tongue in it.
You have no idea. Exactly right. What they're saying. Yeah. So like that's why, not just to be quiet, just to get along, but also to observe, right? Because we can start to pick up details of who we're dealing with. Because one thing that I did learn is that people tell you who they are. We have no idea because we're not listening, we're not observing, we're not looking. We're focused on ourselves. What are people thinking about me? How do I look? Is what I'm saying coming off, and are they understanding what I'm saying? Like, we're so focused on ourselves that we don't pay attention to who we're dealing with. But like, as we observe, we can start to learn the message. Like, we're all vibrating outwardly who we are. We can't help but do that. You cannot hide who you are. You can't. Not to somebody who can see. So the thing is, like, before making any kind of move, before doing anything, especially a bigger move, you've got to get the intel. You've got to get the data. It's foolish to move without the data. Maybe you could pick up that someone's a black belt, 3rd-degree black belt, but you won't get that right away. You got to observe. To start a fight with somebody or a challenge like that, that exposes the fact that you don't know how to play. Okay, so speaking of strategy, one of the things that I went through in one of these consultations about coming to a state of victory is I love when I get people who play Fortnite, because that's easy. We can talk about it. So how do you know when you come across a character that you know you're about to send back to the lobby, no questions whatsoever? And they start talking, okay, well, if I shoot him, they start shooting and looking around, looking for me. When they do that, I know for an instant fact I'm about to send them home, right? And then, we follow the process. So here's the thing, like, there are clues that show you when you can pick up whether or not this is, an auspicious situation, or maybe not so much.
In our current world, we're hitting a point. We're about to have what I believe Gareth Knight calls the chesed problems of abundance. And so money, as we know, I'm still of the notion, and I see my signs everywhere that verify this, is that at least for the United States, money's about to be no issue. And recently there was like a little Vice documentary of people going to a crypto convention. But at this point in my studies, I know for a fact what wealth looks like. There's micro expressions, there's mannerisms, there's poise, there's a whole bunch of factors where you could look at somebody wearing regular street clothes and like, that's a wealthy person. And so these are all millionaires I'm seeing on the video, but they're just average people. But that goes to show that, you know, when things truly kick off, that even though someone might be rich, have all the things, like it won't affect the person. It'll affect like the slaves per se, or it's like the devil card. It's really the devil who who relies on higher forces that's mastering the other two things. And yeah, I'll just say that. But there's literal codes, there's ways to act, there's down to the smallest detail, the blink rate, the how you move. And you know, money again doesn't make you wealthy. It's the algorithm that you're following, the program.
Totally. There are different levels to wealth as well. You know, you can have all the trappings of wealth and whatever you imagine them to be, whether it's mansions, yachts, and the rest of it. Well, you still might well be out of touch with what reality is, you know, and you might not necessarily, it might make you happy, you know. It's that old saying of it, you know, doesn't make you happy. And that's because you don't know how to align yourself with its energy. And the thing is, that wealth, again, we go back to that kind of idea of sort of the tree and how things emanate down from Keter and beyond, that you know, the wealth needs to start inside. You need to have your own inner wealth in order to appreciate wealth in the first place. Otherwise, you're just going to spend it and waste it and end up broke again, you know. And so this, I guess, it keys into that whole idea of law of attraction and all that stuff to some extent, even though that is real kind of diluted, the science that they're kind of giving you there. But again, that idea of belief and, you know, feel the wealth, you know, we are you know, divinity is the wealth, you know. So it starts there. You can shape that into material wealth if you wish. But yeah, it's kind of, where does it end in them terms? You know, if you just need, I just need enough for what I need to do, you know, and anything more is a bonus and it's nice. But then if your cup overfills, you've got to share it, because otherwise it quite easily turns you into an asshole. You know, and again, it bites you on the ass. And yeah, you know, sort of, you know, feel the wealth to share the wealth in a way, because you could say, well, I could never have enough money, because where does it end? You know, after the mansion, after the yacht, after the helipad, after the Elon Musk, like, you know, Tony Stark reality. What then? What then? You know, colonizing Mars or whatever. You know, I've got better things to do with my time, in a way, you know, than have to distract myself with things that are so monumental. You know, yeah. I think be wealthy in yourself. That's the purest and best wealth for me, anyway.
Yeah.
Smiling. There used to be, before 2020, though, there was a barrier. Because you kind of see people becoming billionaires kind of slipping in, but before 2020, if you were a billionaire, like, I'm 150% convinced that you had to be touching on some information, and not just manifesting. You had to refine yourself to be able to even get in there. That's like the personal, what's that, Metal Gear Solid? How you get one of the key cards and the doors finally automatically open. The refinement of self was like that key card before. I don't know what the new level is going to be, but it's there. It's not the amount. People can hit 9,999,000, still can't crack that billionaire level because they're too focused on, again, the material. They're looking downward. And Lakshmi is not just material wealth, folks. Intent.
More than that, you know. And I was just telling that to Travis today. I know how that magic worked, thanks to him. Magic, in a way, for me, or spiritual concepts, or whatever we call the NLP, it's been giving me that results of anything or everything that I ask, but yet it feels like it's distraction from actually abandon the spiritual side. So if I don't have this group, I probably would walk away from it and say, oh, I'm comfortable. I know how to handle this shit. Now I can go to the moon and do whatever the fuck I want. But it's not what I want. I still need to keep myself into the concepts of spirituality and understand that this is just a part of a ride on life that we have. How to say it? I see it like this, like a new chapter. And how to say it? It's like a new chapter on the experience that we're supposed to have, like that development of the energy. You know what I'm saying? Like we have that energy, and this is just a part of like developing to move forward and not to be distracted from it. That's how I see it. I don't know. Call me crazy, but that's how I see it.
I'd even go as far as saying that it's a whole new book.
Yes.
We're not even writing in the same book anymore. We put it down and we just started something completely new.
And Veronica, if you say you crazy, we all crazy. Ain't nobody crazy in this group. That's why I love you guys. We not crazy here. Now, to the mundane world, whatever that is, we crazy to them, but in here, it's all love. So we understand you. We feel you.
Yeah.
So, like I said before, get on your Palpatine, man. Put on your mundane face.
Yeah.
Say what you need when you need to, but everybody's you want everybody to, or not want, but people should, like, okay, that's a pleasant fellow. They shouldn't have too many thoughts about you. But little do they know you're working some high sorcery. You done made them richer. You done made your whole city richer. You done made your whole city safer.
Yeah.
But ain't nobody gonna know.
That's what blew my mind is when I started really looking into this stuff, and the yogis would explain that what you're doing is creating an expansive vibration wherever you go. And you're having such a profound effect on everything you touch, everything you do. And now I can really see it. I can see it. And it is truly amazing to be able to have the eyes to see that, and then also keeping that composure and continuing to do the work. Because it's one thing to get that whole Jesus complex, get caught up in, oh, I can walk on water, look at me, kind of thing. And so it's been a cool experience to be able to watch the spiritual, the shift in the reality, the shift in the energy in real time. It's a bit of a confirmation that this stuff is very real. So
and has a very real effect on the people around you, like that expansive wave you talked about.
Yeah.
Just like getting into a spiritual practice and taking it seriously, just like that starts to absolve your karma, it also starts to have a ripple effect and absolve the karma of those who are attached to you. Not to the degree that you're resolving your own, but it definitely has an effect on everyone else. You taking your destiny in control alters the destiny of the people who come into contact with you, or potentially does. I'll put it that way, because some people are too stubborn to even be able to see any kind of light.
It's cool. It's knowing there's little Buddhas everywhere. You know what I mean?
Little Buddhas. Little Buddhas matter.
Man, I need my girl with a big Buddha.
You have to see her contact.
Then so I can work that out.
Hey man, you can manifest anything. So
Conte, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna send him to you to get a booty lift.
And guys have no idea what's up with this woman, yo. So I'm like, I don't understand how these women, they're no longer competing to make themselves look good for a guy. They're competing for, oh, Jesus. They're competing for themselves to see who's prettier than who.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, believe I make my living like that, so can beat that up.
Genius. I mean, who would have thought that you could actually make a business off of a human desire that cannot be resisted, right? These human beings who have this urge that they cannot even fight. It'd be a genius idea to go ahead and profit off of that. It's not like they can control that urge anyways. And now you see why we have
genius, exactly what they want.
Mm-hmm.
That's why we have drug dealers.
Yeah. On some real shit, man. Some real shit. You know.
You're gonna get
it.
Yeah. Booty City.
Booty expansion jutsu.
Mm.
No, but there's something very, very powerful in that though. When you do find a person that is on this level too, and what you can create. I was just reading a book, I think it was like last week, on like sex magic. You know what I mean? And how this couple was essentially they needed to manifest a publisher for their book, and they did the ritual and everything, and literally like 4 hours later they got a call. And so it's really, so it's like, it's really amazing what two forces can really do when you come together, or even just group magic. You know what I mean? On that level, it's really just, it's so profound. I'm still trying to wrap my head around it. I don't know.
Now you see why in like other cultures, men had concubines. It's like the woman is a reflection of the man's prowess. But take this to the sultans and the rulers and whatnot, who had to be on a perfect level.
Yeah.
And they had concubines, each of them reflecting a different aspect of themselves. Imagine what type of rituals they getting into.
I mean, shit, man. I was just, looking into Egyptian Reiki. And, I could only imagine what the Pharaoh was doing, man. Like on some real shit, because they were really the pioneers for it. You know what I mean? So I could only imagine. And I was actually just watching a video by Sivananda. He was saying, it was on Tantric Science, and he was saying how you can actually create a baby that is a spiritual and psychic being, just straight out the womb. But it comes with the intention, it comes with the ritual, it comes with all that stuff, but you have to refine yourself to get to that level, you know what I mean? And that's always been, I know that's something that I'm gonna do. I already know the person whoever I have a child with, we're gonna make an amazing child, But truly some powerful stuff that we're working with here. You know what I mean? It's like essentially when Albert Einstein and all of them started working on the hydrogen bomb, they were probably like, oh shit. They're like, don't use this.
And they're probably getting it, and that's how they got the idea.
Oh, hell yeah, man. Like, and that's really what it's supposed to be on that level, is you're supposed to really transmute that energy, you know what I mean? So I know there's a lot of people that I like Rom Wills talks about this, you know what I mean? That like when you are having sex, I mean, Napoleon Hill, they talk about this, that you use that energy, and the minute you're done, you go write that book. You go do that thing, you know what I mean? You use that energy in a way that you're still getting what you get from it, but you're also now transcending, and you're going to a level where you're creating something that you would have never thought could have poured through you, all because you decided to open up that channel in such a primal and such a metaphysical way. You know, we don't talk about how powerful sex is, you know, just because I don't even know if this country can even handle it. Because, you know, and it's very hard, you know, you get caught up in your lust, you get caught up in so many entanglements, you know what I mean? But truly, you know, yeah, it's the way that we should be living is using these energies for our best and brightest ideas, you know? And so that's obviously the goal, but so. But, you know, a lot of this stuff does come with sexual discipline, though. You know what I mean? Because you can't just be giving it out to anyone. You can't just be wasting that kind of energy. You really got to make sure that when you're messing with someone in that way, that they're supporting you and you're supporting them, you know, because it is a duality that becomes one. It's two things that are becoming into you come into the place of love. You know what I mean? You guys meet each other there. And that's when the real magic happens. But also it's learning how to be in that place of love no matter where you are and no matter who you're with, you know. That's, I think, the power of yogis. It's the power of Dalai Lamas and all that stuff, is that they're able to carry this resonance of love no matter where they go. And so, you know, I've been trying to work on that, but, you know, when they talking about hose, clothes, and gold, you know, it can be a bit hard.
Hose, clothes, and gold.
Hey man, that sounds pretty good to me.
Well, hey, I ain't knocking it, and I like all those things. So
I'm gonna start a Lakshmi yoga school.
And those things are what makes Prakriti go round, is it not? Since day one, right? Even if we look into the construct and we look at the what is it, the Book of Enoch, and supposedly when these angels came down to mingle with man, who was it, Azazel, and who was his partner?
Semyaza.
Thank you. Yeah, they came through and they taught people about hose, clothes, and gold, right? Taught the men and women how to use makeup, taught people how to fashion weapons, how to work with herbs and spices, how to read the stars,
how to make jewelry,
how to make jewelry,
how to hit somebody.
These are all things that keep us very connected with the natural primal cycles of Prakriti. So take that metaphor. Here's the thing: to really understand the spiritual stuff, you got to look at what the metaphor means. It's all metaphors. Don't take none of the stuff literally. To take it literally shows a disconnect in your level of understanding. So look at the metaphors here. We got this story of these angels coming down to teach man how to worship hose, clothes, and gold, or whatever you want to call it, right? But the metaphor that we're looking at, we can say that these angels are actually extremely ancient patterns of behavior that have terraformed reality. Angels are not people with wings floating in another dimension. Angels that's a word, and that's a label for a specific pattern that has happened so much. I'm talking about billions of years. It's happened so much that it actually has an effect on matter. That's what an angel is. And so through human experience, if we find ourselves always addicted and attached to these specific things, hose, clothes, and gold, I think that the sheer gravity of data and results, right? How do you know that an apple is going to fall to the ground? The sheer gravity of the results and the data makes it very difficult to escape. That's why we are in autopilot, not because you're a weak person. Everyone is weak compared to what you're up against. The human condition.
Mhm. And we see the mastery of that with the Baphomet. And in the even in the story in the book of Enoch, when the flood's all said and done, the angels are supposedly beat. Enoch goes to God, and those same watchers are there with God anyway.
Chilling, like nothing happened.
Oh man, you gotta the Baphomet's horn symbolize it's like you gotta be the Baphomet. Honestly, you gotta be sitting on the globe.
Right. Above it. Your footstool.
That's
It's your
correct.
toilet seat.
I have a dream with Baphomet. I think I did mention that to you, that, you know, he was talking about that everything is in your head, you know, in people's minds. Like it's not an entity from the outside, it's in people's mind. It's just that.
And that's exactly what I've been talking about, as far as your reality is literally determined by the words that you use and the beliefs that you hold about those words. Like, just like how Andy said, this stuff was just unlocked by a couple of words. That's how it is for all of us. Like, for all of us to learn anything, someone has to say something to us. Even the Bible talks about this, how I don't, forgive me for not knowing the quote, but basically light enters through the ears. You have to hear it. It's preached. That's one of the reasons why I love reading out loud, so I can preach it to my damn self. But when you get new words and new beliefs and new definitions, you have the very real possibility of a new life style.
Now you said it right. New life.
I think that that whole kind of contention and argument about, you know, are these things in your mind or are they outside? There is no outside. You know, it's the same thing. You know what I mean? Your mind is your being is every being, is everything, and you know, to understand that and grasp that, then yeah, you know, like you're just saying, Maestro, you are Baphomet. You need to be that. You need to step into that form, which you already are. You know, you are the balance of all things, if you can walk that path correctly. So and when that realization comes, you know, that the way, you know, the waves do pass, the mountains do move, because they're just another part of you. You know, I got Samuel in my little finger, you know, so yeah.
It just really kind of dawned on what you said about there is no difference between inside and outside. And it's so true, because if you think about a house, what's the difference between inside and outside? The only thing that it is just the wall that you put up.
Yeah, you just clothe the air with bricks and mortar.
Yeah, but there is no, it's all still the same.
Tried to get someone, I mean, they understood it. It was actually a pretty cool journey to see it unfold over a week. But they try to move things at the earth level, which we know is very ineffective. And had like working with different reframes and allegories and whatnot to illustrate that, yeah, you can level up these other things. Or it's like a city builder game. I don't know if y'all ever played those, or a strategy game. You could upgrade the garrison, the granaries, the barracks, all that individually, and it'll take some time. But what improves the overall health and efficiency of your city is upgrading that town center. Now, if we apply that to us, all the different projects that we work on, all different qualities that we try to get, the first thing that we could change that'll clear out most of the levels is mind, to make mind the most efficient tool we have, to be our greatest asset before anything else. And everything else begins to follow suit. If you're working on a business, refine that mind, see how that shit pops off. You're trained to become an athlete, refine the mind.
You're absolutely right. Because it's exactly what I am right now. What you're saying is exactly what I'm doing right now. Exactly what you're saying. I requested 5 rooms. 5 rooms clinic was given. I requested it to have practitioners. I did NLP on the practitioners. I give them what they wanted to hear in their ears and keep the promise with it and be honest about it. I got them all. Now I visualize the place being busy. Of course, my family is freaking out because the rent is expensive, but I still visualizing that things are going to come along. And it's exactly like that. I try not to get them in my head. Oh my God, what am I going to do with the fucking months? Do I have to go into the strip clubs now and start dancing around just like these booties down here?
Hey, pick the girls out.
I'm not thinking like, I just don't think like that anymore. I'm like, no, that's not how it's going to happen. You're going to have to concentrate that if you wanted to call your clients, like calling the clients, I need to find ways to how to actually call the clients and make the clients to come. You know what I mean? It's just find that structure in your head and make it realistic in the outside.
Framework.
And that's just what. It's funny that you're saying that, because that's exactly what I am right now. Just like that.
And it's crazy, like how simple it is.
Uh-huh.
You know, like we jump through so many hoops to try to, make something, when it really is just doing and being. It's a combination of both, I can't even tell you how many times I've gotten in the way of myself trying to get something that I want.
And that's the only obstacle.
Absolutely. This stuff has really just completely changed the direction of my life. And I'm with Gator on the. I know you popped out for a sec there, but I really do appreciate all you guys. I can't even, like, I moved back home when we started the inner activation, inner light, and like I don't even know where I would be right now. I mean, shit, I'd probably still be smoking weed, watching TV, doing, just mundane stuff. And, I'm like over here, I like busted open prana and pranayama today, went on a walk, listened to Sivananda, man, like it's just, my life is so different. My life is so different, and it's so beautiful though. Like I love the fact that I get to talk to you guys, and I love the fact that I get to consume this information that is truly life altering. And yeah, you guys are all really amazing, truly. It's I know we all probably wouldn't be here without each other, and I know we probably made an agreement before we came down here, like, all right, so we're gonna get together on a Zoom call and actually do some real fucking change. Like, I haven't been on a Zoom call that's done this. I've never.
Yeah, it's like every time every time I go through something, somebody on the chat is talking about what I'm going through. Like Andrew just came in and was like, yo. It's like, yeah, I just went through that same shit.
For real.
That's confirmation for me,
Yeah.
And I think as well, just before I come on, I was listening to for like 5 minutes of the YouTube stream beforehand, and spiritually, the lady spiritually, she was talking about having a shift, and I was like, whoa, gotta jump on here because yeah, you know, it echoes amongst us, you know, all these experiences echo around, reverberate around us, and it's become a pattern in itself. You know, session after session, we're kind of reiterating how each other are feeling and what we're experiencing and what we're going through, and you know, because we're all doing similar work, you know, and each session, Travis, you know, we'll set out like a different little bit of homework, or together collectively we might come up with an idea to follow a certain idea or practice and come back with the results. And that, you know, that's what you know, it's a mystery school essentially. It's a virtual mystery school.
Yeah.
Secret society.
No, seriously. I mean, who knew? Who knew? A Zoom call is all it took. Who knew? All it took is just, you know, joining Travis's class and really just hanging on.
Yeah, that's the key. Hanging on, you know.
Just hanging on.
Yeah, I mean, I really look forward to these sessions, and it really energizes me. And I mean, I've said it several times on here that, you know, obviously I'm on a different time zone to you guys and girls over there, but these sessions really set me up for my Friday. You know, it's just what time is it now? It's just coming up to 7 o'clock in the morning here. So, you know, I'm ready to rock and start the day and start the weekend. And, you know, it creates such a kind of energy field around you that, you know, other people's shit just kind of deflect off you a lot of the time. And you influence them people around you with your energy. They can feel your higher kind of vibrational field, and they succumb to it, you know. I don't, when I say succumb, I don't mean that in a kind of manipulative way. It's
no, but that's just it is what it is. Like you said,
people feel the vibe, you know, and yeah, totally.
I'm with you on that, man. Like the amount of energy that I have getting off of these calls, it's like I just went to sleep and I just had a full night's rest. I remember every time I get off one of these calls, I'm literally just like, what do I do with this energy? You know what I mean? Like, where do I put this? Because it is just truly, yeah, some potent stuff. It's potent.
Totally. And like, sort of, you whatchamacallit, you know, you have you know, you meet people in life and they're kind of natural entertainers, or they're very charismatic, and when they, you know, they're the life and soul of the party, or they light up the room when they walk in. And you know, when you know how to kind of engineer and muster that type of high vibration, then you can actually say, right, I'm going into a situation here, and I know it's probably going to be some heavy vibes in there for whatever reason. But if I go in there with the knowing that I can kind of light up that place with some high vibe, you're gonna turn the tables, and you're gonna redirect the day for everybody. And that's knowing that and being able to do that, and everyone can do it. But
yes,
again, having that belief. Wow, it truly is magical. And I mean, we throw about the word magical like it's I don't know, something disposable, but that's it. You know, it's if you can walk into a place with that self-belief that I am going to change the reality in this space for everybody that's in it. You know, that should be why shouldn't that be an experiment for us all to do? You know?
Yeah.
Why shouldn't it be? Right, today I'm going to go into this place and I'm going to vibe, I'm going to radiate, I'm going to say some beautiful things to people without a care in the world and see the reaction. Yeah.
That's beautiful. I can't stop smiling over here, man. That's beautiful.
You know, and obviously you have to protect yourself as well, because there's energy vampires out there and whatnot, and people who feed on it, and then people, you know, because you attract people to your light. You attract a lot of moths.
Yeah.
As well, and they will bite holes in your pockets and whatnot, you know. But so you've got to know your boundaries. But hey, to take one day out of your week and say, right, on this day, I am just gonna be this spiritual do-gooder, this magical do-gooder that, you know, opens the doors for people, compliments people, makes people feel good just through the words that you're using, will have that intention behind the words that I'm going to make you feel good today, even though I don't know you, even though I dislike you. I'm going to do it, and let's and record the results, because once you get them results back and start seeing the pattern, you'll start saying, well, you know what? Maybe I should start getting out of bed on the right side a little bit more and stop being so fucking self-obsessed with myself. You know?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well said.
And we all have different ways of doing it. You know, some people are funny and can tell jokes, or some people can play a musical instrument. Some people can sing. Some people are good at arts and crafts and can make things and make gifts, or some people can bake a cake, or some people just know how to give a good hug, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Your throat chakra, man, it's on point today, buddy.
Yeah, it feels like it's been a little bit of a time, a little bit of what you might call, it's been a minute coming. Yeah. But like I say, I seem to go through waves with this stuff, and it usually ends up where I'll get to a point of doubt about it, even though I know it works, even though, you know, over the last several years, it's brought me so many things. It's brought me so many people. It's brought me so many beautiful things and experiences. Now, of course, I know it works. I believe, you know, intently in it. But then it's almost like getting to a level of a game, and you start thinking, well, I'm tired of this. I've done this level to death now. Is this it? Is there no more? You know, and then where's the next kind of magical happening gonna manifest itself for me, you know, and all that. And as soon as I tend to get to that point, and I'm just about to kind of, I don't know, feel a bit wretched about everything, boom, something happens. And in the early days of doing this work, it would be a case of, why am I wasting my time with this shit? I'm living in cloud cuckoo land here. I'm away with the fairies. This is all bullshit. Get your shit together. Boom! I'd be hit with like an undeniable synchronicity, as though to say, get your ass back on the fucking path. You ain't going nowhere. You knocked on the door well and truly is shut behind you. There's no turning back. Don't stray off the path. It's almost like being guided by your higher self. Yeah. Whenever you stray, it puts me back in touch, and I think, to keep your intentions good, clear and pure and stuff like that, you just need little bits of realignments here, there, little tweaks that go on. Obviously, if you start acting like an asshole with it and go a bit, power mad with it and thinking, I am it type of thing, above other people, that's when I think, your higher self doesn't just readjust you, it kicks you right in the ass and can land you in some pretty dark places, really, Yeah. So, yeah, it's all cool. Okay. Hecate.
Yeah, what's up?
Been on my mind, Hecate. Since the last session. Yeah.
I've been trying to contact you. I know I got contact Travis, that's for sure. These guys are nice and easy, but you is because of the timing. But Travis said it doesn't matter the timing. I still get stuck with the timing. In my head, I can actually see him when it's the daytime up there. How do he perceives it? I'm curious though. That's a good one because you're different country. That's quite interesting.
You can use his background as an anchor.
Indeed. Yeah.
Yo, Andrew, I wanted to ask you, I think I saw you the other night in my dream. I think I saw you last night in a dream. Did you have a conversation with someone around like a marsh or something like that in a dream recently?
Oh, you know what, Laura? It's funny because because I'm usually really good at retaining my dreams, and for the last I'd say for the last 3 weeks or so, I haven't been. I've only been able to retain or get little flashes, and I don't know why that is, because that's not usual for me. I can usually remember several dreams, and a night or snippets of them. But was I having a conversation around the marsh? I don't know. I might well have been. I know I've been dreaming, but I haven't been able to retain them. It's almost like I'll have a feeling, I'll have an essence of being something, of being somewhere. In terms of, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe. What was happening in your dream anyway?
Well, I've also been having a similar issue, but I wouldn't say it's an issue. It's more of an adjustment, because I've been playing specific mantras while I sleep, shlokas again, in order to attain a type of awareness that I'm wishing to achieve, as well as Saraswati mantras and stuff. And then also I've been incorporating self-hypnosis in order to get results in the external world. So a lot of that's been affecting my dreams. And so that's the stuff that generally my dreams are related around. However, there are these little parts where I believe that I've been connecting to you and Hecate a lot, where like we just kind of run into each other and have somewhat of like a conversation, because there's been a break in these dreams that have a very basic concept that is related to my intention when I go to sleep. But then like I said, there'll be these breaks where all of a sudden it's like I'm having a conversation with someone and we're talking about a procedure or a type of way of going about things, and it's almost coming from like the emotional body directly. So I'm wondering if maybe I'm connecting with you guys on a similar wavelength there, but not the whole wavelength. You know what I mean? Not the whole thing, but just in these little breaks here, we might be catching each other's curve there.
I do understand it.
Yeah.
Now, first of all, Alora just gonna slip in here and join the conversation without saying anything, like we didn't notice. Ease in. Squeeze in. Greetings, Alora.
Hey guys, I'm really happy to see you all.
What's up? This is cool. It's like when you go to a party and all your aunts and uncles are like talking about like the cool things they do in life. I feel like this is it for me right now.
Right? Except this is like that really fucking cool party that you stumble into and you're just like gonna stay there till like 2 a.m. Like, man, this is where it's happening. At least that's how I feel. I'm so glad. I've been missing these conversations.
Yeah, I've been asking Travis, are we meeting? Are we meeting? Are we meeting? Meet group too,
Yeah.
man.
And then the boy falls asleep. It's like,
I can show you some cooking right here if you guys wanted it to. Yeah.
What are you making?
I'm gonna making some green stuff with like fruits in between, and I don't know what the hell is this, but my mom got it, so I just gonna make it.
Looks
Figure it
like
out.
papaya?
It's not
I'm like a jackfruit.
Not
Jackfruit.
Sorry.
No, I think that's a star fruit. I think.
I don't know. I put it.
I would even say it looks like a dragon fruit.
It looks like a dragon
Oh
fruit.
yeah, dragon fruit.
Yeah.
Dragon
That's a
fruit.
star fruit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They say if you want to attain dragon energy, eat dragon fruit.
I don't know, man.
I
Dragon-
believe it.
Dragon energy?
Hmm?
Yes, you could, yeah.
But now I got some energy. But everything is symbolic anyway. So
Everything is
true.
a metaphor. Metaphor is the language of the unconscious. And this is extremely important to understand, right? When it comes to breaking down your dreams or breaking down your day-to-day life, you got to find the metaphor behind what actually happened. Because the things that happen on the physical plane, they're meaningless. Literally. It's our subjective reality that gives it meaning. I was talking to somebody the other day, and she never considered the concept. Like, I would compare the unconscious and the conscious mind to a blackboard and a white piece of chalk that writes on the blackboard. And the unconscious mind would be this massive blackboard, whereas the conscious mind would be a little piece of chalk inscribing words and letters and things to make sense of it all. Most people think of it as in the opposite way. Most people think that their conscious mind is this massive container of reality, and that the unconscious is this thing that we have to whip into shape and force it to agree and work for us the way we want it to work. And you can continue thinking that way if you want, but if you actually want to produce change, you've got to understand the context that we're dealing with in terms of size and influence. The conscious mind is inferior to the unconscious mind, grossly inferior, as a kindergartner is to a sophomore in college when it comes to understanding how to operate on a patient in a hospital. But it's the unconscious mind that provides the conscious mind the means to learn these things. So it's not so much, and look at the context that I just said. I'm not saying that the conscious mind is inferior. In the context of the amount of information capable of being processed at any given moment, it's inferior to the unconscious mind. The unconscious mind isn't restricted by time. It isn't restricted by space either. That's the conscious mind. The conscious mind is what we have. Because earlier Andrew was talking about, how it comes to a point where you have to lose your mind, right? We have to lose the mind. And in other words, what that means is we've got to expand beyond just the perimeters of the conscious mind, because there is another mind at work as well. And it isn't bound by rules, but you have to get into the groove when it comes to working with that mind. You don't just jump into it. It operates differently.
Yeah, I've been thinking about that recently. I like how David Schneider puts it, where he says that everything in the material realm is already an encoded formula that we can read on every level of our being. So we've read, accepted, and connected and comprehended with this thing, with this material realm. So everything here then already becomes irrelevant if we're trying to learn a language from the unconscious. Like we have to look outside of the material realm because we've already read it. It's like reading the same chapter over and over again, thinking that you're going to get to the rest of the book.
You can learn something new from the same chapter for sure, but you're not getting to the rest of the book. So again, it's not good or bad. It's the context. Are you trying to finish the book? Or are you trying to master the chapter?
Right. And that's also where I've been thinking as far as like astral and its relationship to deities and spiritual beings, right? Because we also talk about, these etheric beings are all around us, And although I think that's true, I think that we oftentimes try to condense them into something in the material realm. Whereas the way I see it is that they're very much layered in the unconscious aspects of ourselves, which are our different bodies, right? We have emotional body, we have astral body. They're layered within that because they are more subtle and they're receiving more information. So let's go back to the astral then. We're walking around astral, or we're checking out our dreams. We're sort of reenacting, in my mind, I was thinking we're kind of reenacting probably what these deities or these other kind of etheric beings are experiencing, because we're experiencing all this information, but it's less disillusioned, right? It's going through only so many filters, but not all the filters. So are receiving all these bits of information. And then when we wake up when we go into the waking world, the material realm, it's not there. So we have to then use our conscious mind to filter in whatever information we could catch in order to come up with an interpretation of what might have happened. But what we had experienced, what I was thinking about was that what we experienced might be very much of what that spiritual being or what that's like to be actually etheric, connected to that etheric body. Does that make sense?
I like that. Makes sense to me. So it sounds like when coming from the perspective of, we could say, a higher entity, which in my estimation is just it's just a pattern. It's like you're a pattern and I'm a pattern. We're all patterns. But a bigger pattern is able to see bigger quantities of information, right? Which in turn gives it a better quality of execution. We can do more with better information. We can make better decisions.
Think as well that you can think of reality or waking life and dreaming life as a kind of as a tapestry, that it's I've kind of got to the point where my understanding of waking life and dreaming life, there's not really any difference. There's the same thing, you're still experiencing through your senses, okay, or through your third eye, or through your imagination, or whatever you want to call it. It's all the same thing. It's all the same particles at work. So if you think of that as a tapestry, and then you can draw that tapestry back like a curtain, then, you know, behind that, you're at a kind of subtle level. You're at that etheric level, if you want to call it that, where you can see the cogs and the mechanisms of what is creating them images on that tapestry that you've just pulled aside, that we call reality.
Yeah. And I think you brought up a really good point right there, how the dreams in our waking consciousness are really just the same tapestry. It's the same, you're just moving into a different state of consciousness, right? You're moving into a different trance, which comes with its own set of filters there. So if I'm to say, oh, that was just a dream, I'm immediately acting off of a set of patterns that puts me into a different trance, but it doesn't actually take me out of the dream. I'm still a part, this is all still a dream here. It's just that we're in a different state of seeing it. And so that affects our ability to receive that information that's constantly coming to us.
And, you know, we talk about sort of, okay, we need to kind of train ourselves to kind of wake up within the dream, to become lucid, so we can shape the dream and engineer the dream. And we're trying to do the same in waking life as well, to wake up and to be able to direct intention in order to, you know, shape the world around us that we want.
Yeah. You're right. That's a very trippy thought right there.
That is. I have never thought of it like that.
Isn't that interesting? Like, we're trying to bring one state of consciousness into another. We're literally trying to transplant that into another state.
Yes. That's astral work. That's what we're doing. Like, when we talk about the astral plane, you know, a lot of people don't understand if they're not working with it, like we're working with it. The astral plane is thought of, it's referred to as the water element for a reason. It's fluid, and it can be scooped and moved and shaped and molded. And it has a lot of emotional. When you enter into a certain emotional state, that's actually an astral formation. And just like what we said, the state that you're in determines and dictates the behavior that you can possibly do. That sounds very astral to me. Depending on the astral matter that you've scooped out and choose to work with, that alone determines what you're possible to incarnate on the physical plane.
Right.
Go on. Sorry. Go on, Laura.
No, I mean, I was just thinking, you know, in my head, that's why I always, you know, I was thinking about that the other night, because in the practices for general astral projection, they'll be like, okay, lay down, close your eyes, imagine that you're sitting up, then you walk out the door. What does your room look like? And for me, I was always just like, God, this is boring, you know, like this is getting me nowhere. I don't want to do this, man, because
here.
And what really got me actual results was going in with an intention, but actually being loose on my form. And when we're discussing this, I'm realizing that for me, when it came to working with astral, it was not beneficial for me to bring the patterns of me being a solid form into that state of consciousness. That solidity that I wanted to claim myself as doesn't actually have a foundation in this other state over here. It doesn't mix well for me. So when I had my best results, it was because I was moving off of the emotional nature, the emotional backing behind the intention. And then that created my body that was then perceived and accepted in that realm by others who could read it as me, but I was not the solid me as I was, but they knew it was me. So I had to change the literal form that I was presenting myself in that trance in order to succeed in my intention of switching those states there and bringing most of myself along. But I had to leave the body behind. So I think that's a really kind of profound insight to really think of it as we're taking our steps from our state, from one solid state of being, one set of patterns, and incorporating it into another set of patterns, and actually integrating that and what that really looks like.
Totally. I think you
right?
have to also have this malleability of self in order for the reality to be malleable, so you can shape it like clay, but you also have to be like that yourself. Like you use the water analogy, be, you know, the Bruce Lee, you know, be like water or whatever, and whatever you pour that water into, whatever shape of the container, whatever context you create for the content, that is, you know, that's how you start creating, not just astrally, but materially as well.
Mm-hmm.
And it works with thought, it works with language, it works with movement, it works with expression and emotion.
Yes. And what are those connected to, right? Like I couldn't bring my physical body into it because I had a different emotional connection to my physical body than I do with my astral body when I'm in the astral realm. You know, when I'm in the astral, I'm utilizing more of the emotional backing. That reality that I'm creating is more malleable. I cannot pronounce that. It moves, right? It changes, it gets all squishy and shit, and it changes, and it doesn't fit into the form, into the relationship that I have, into the attachment that I have to this physical body. Therefore, this physical body cannot come with me as I'm switching, as I'm integrating those states.
Important thing I'd like to add and point out is that when we're dealing with the astral plane, they often say that it is the substance of the astral plane is emotion. And for a long time, I didn't really understand that fully until after working with neurosemantics and things like that, and really seeing how words are placeholders and containers for feelings. And when I talk about states, I'm talking about emotional states, because it's the emotions that fuel us. We feel like doing it, we're going to do it. We don't feel like doing it, we're not going to do it. We're talking about emotional states. And just like what we learned, right? Pause that. And just like what we learned about the Tatwas is that no matter what Tatwa it is, there's Tatwas within Tatwas. That points to the holographic nature of reality. So even though there's the earth element, there's also water of earth, there's fire of earth, there's air of earth. What that means is that in the physical plane, there's an element of the astral plane that can be accessed through the physical. There's an aspect of the mental plane that can be accessed through the physical, right? NLP, right? Neuro-linguistic programming, which is literally the mental plane access point within the physical. So what happens is that mental plane access key leads to the astral plane access key, which is the emotional state that we access. Now, that's not the limit of the astral plane. That's just our direct connection to it. But behind that, there's a whole world of that emotion. So love, anger, fear, hate, like whatever feeling that you feel, anxiety, excitement, that's a whole dimension. But we don't experience it as it is because we just grab this, we scooped a piece of it and we apply it to something. I love you specifically. So that's the only little slice of love I feel. But if I take you out the picture, take me out the picture, there is love, right? Every emotion has a territory. Just like if you look at the planet, there's America, South America, Europe, and you know where Andy is over there in Dubai or whatever. There's different territories that have different citizens and customs and traditions and all this other stuff. Likewise, in the astral plane, there's different emotional territories. And like I said, within those territories, there's only a limited, specific amount of behaviors that you can do. You're not going to do African shit if you're in South America. You're not going to do happy stuff if you're in sad land.
Yeah, I think, and what you just kind of ignited in me was that reminder of what that key is. That was another realization that I came to. Everything in this physical realm, right? What exists with us at the same time is electromagnetic field. So think about that. That's our key.
the magnet. You attract shit because you are literally a magnet. So if we know that our emotions create their own electromagnetic field, imagine what your dominant emotions are and what part of the astral you are able to attract.
Ooh. And it could be the same way you do when you make the transition.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Now you're taking it there.
Down, people.
Settle down.
I know this Zoom call's about to shut itself off.
You got a passport of anger, right? You've been dwelling in anger land for 30 years of your life. Resentment, holding on to grudges, and just being a nasty person in that way. So when that physical body leaves, you got a stamped passport to angry dimension. Think you're gonna go to Jesus land where everybody's passing out loaves of fish and bread? No, you don't have none of that in you. Get me from, I never knew you.
You're not that guy, pal. You're not that
guy. Well, another thing too, right? So, okay, we got angry dimension, right? But what's below anger is most typically what a lot of people feel is fear. So fear has its own electromagnetic field that supports the anger. So I've noticed that a lot of people who are angry, they don't even believe in astral projection because they can't even remember their dreams. They are so, what they can access is, as we've all experienced when we explore the astral realm, is our emotional bodies kind of speak for us, right? So a lot of people, all that they can experience is their emotional body shrinking away in fear, keeping everything black around them, right? Dark. I want darkness. I don't want that. Or maybe shit happens to me, but I'm going to throw it out because it's an automatic reaction. So I noticed that, and I'm not saying all angry people, but I'm saying that for the ones that I've spoken to, I find it really interesting that a lot of times they can't even access their dreams. And I think that's the fear factor that plays in. It's actually the child that's hiding.
That makes sense, because what I've also seen is that in cases of people who are severely traumatized or have child trauma, they have difficulties remembering their dreams. And also, as we know, memories become locked up. Because memory is state dependent.
Yeah. Memories are state dependent. That is correct. So what state are you dominantly in most of the time? That's going to be your clue into knowing which part of the astral you're connecting to. Because again, you're a fucking magnet, bro.
And then most likely, if they angry all the time, they're going to sleep angry.
Yeah.
Even going to sleep scared.
Yeah.
Going to sleep scared. Yeah.
I got to sign off, folks. Have a beautiful weekend and see you next week.
Yes.
Peace.
All right. See you, Andrew.
See you later.
Always amazing, man.
Peace.
Peace.
Goodness gracious, great balls of fire.
Every time, man.
I know. I have so missed these conversations because, man, try telling like just one little bit to someone in, like, you know, the Muggle world, and it's like
we were just talking about that. We were just talking about that earlier.
I bet you were, man. That synchronicity is crazy in this group.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm gonna be right back, but unfortunately, I do want to wrap this up within about 30 minutes by midnight. I'll be right back, but please continue.
All
right.
Sounds good.
No one is. No, just kidding. Just sit there waiting.
Most certainly, this is one of the biggest studies that the biggest part of the study that I've been looking into now is the fact that I finally, personally, like I don't think I'm at the stage where I'm going to be teaching it on my channel, because like you said, like this stuff is kind of abstract and it's difficult for someone to understand if they don't have the foundation. So I'm not too interested in teaching it to the general public yet, but you guys know what I mean. What I've been learning lately is that dealing with this NLP stuff, it's not just another bag of tricks. Like, this is still the occult. And what we're actually tapping into is the astral plane. Like, this is astral work. You wouldn't have thought it. Nobody would have put this shit together, but this is the astral work, because the words and the body postures, like you said, David Snyder, what we learned from him was that depending on the posture that you're in can dictate what you feel and how you think and how you behave. Like, not just the posture, that's the neural part. The linguistic part is the words part. The words you use on a daily basis, like, that's what allows you to feel a certain way. Like, if I'm looking in the mirror, you ain't shit. I hate looking at myself. And you know what I'm saying? Like, these certain words that I use, they're going to determine what I can feel. But if I look in that mirror and say, that's a beautiful motherfucker right there. I love to see you every single day. I'm so happy that I'm me. And I've just done everything that needed to be done perfectly. I don't even believe in mistakes anymore. You can't possibly make a mistake. These words now encourage a specific state, emotional state, which brings with it a mental state, which brings with it a physical state. Now I'm standing up straight. I'm smiling. I'm cheesing. I'm feeling confident, oozing out. You know what I'm saying?
You can feel that prana flowing out you.
Hey, and that go back to dropping the apple, Travis.
And how do you know that an apple's gonna hit the ground when you drop it? How do you know?
Because gravity. And you had a confidence. Yep, you had a confidence.
Yep, based off those past experiences.
I'm gonna keep asking that, because a skilled magus would be able to pull the confidence of, I know if I drop this apple, it's gonna hit the ground. What was the dude's name? Isaac Newton. There's something occult behind that. But yeah, good magus would be able to pull that data of, I drop an apple and it hits the ground, and extract that confidence and apply it to, I'm finna get this job. I'm finna blow it out in the water.
Yeah. Well,
I have this rule, Trap. I have a 10-second rule. I started with 5 minutes years ago. I started with 10 minutes years ago, and I got it down to 10 seconds. As far as negative emotion, I only take 10 seconds for any interaction to be a negative interaction. I don't give a damn what it is. Slap, hit, curse you out. You know, people frustrate you all day long when you expect things to go a particular way. However, I'll pay a person a mean amount of money. You can't piss me off and get me in a mood. And how it happens is one situation trickle down to you having a bad day. I have no bad days. Never. I don't even allow myself to even dwell amongst negativity in no kind of way mentally for myself. Because we all know how horrible it can be once you go from one day to a week to a month to a year to the rest of your life on negativity. So I actually challenge everyone to do the 10-second rule. I ask my wife, what's the rule? How long can you be pissed off? 10 seconds. We don't, no matter how the conversation may go, we live on we have two different ideologies. However, we can have an intense conversation no matter how it goes. We're not sleeping. I'm not sleeping on the couch. You sleeping in the bed. We don't know. We had a conversation. We can move forward, no matter how you feel about it. Whatever, you get over it. You got 10 seconds to get over that shit. Move on. 10 seconds.
That reminds
Take
me
some time.
Powerful control, self-control.
I'm talking about all day long. Had someone call me today, bro. Man, I can't even get my medicine because this woman. I say, bro, how many times have you been with me? And people call it finesse or what have you. I can talk the meanest, dirtiest, nastiest person in the world to give me exactly what I really want. I'll just be nice, be kind. Okay, yeah, thank you, baby, sweetheart. Whatever. You so beautiful. You can be 500 pounds or whatever. It doesn't matter to me. You be 100 years old. Hold the door for you. Speak nice to you. Be very pleasant. I don't care what you say. How ugly you are. You have a great day. You can't piss me off. I'm not going to allow you to dictate how my day is going to go or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
That's
take
right.
control of that. I mean, I can't allow you to make me want to kill somebody. No, hell no. Road rage. Oh man, I don't give a man. Okay, you can have it, my brother. You want to be on my bumper? Let me get over. Okay, cool, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Can't let people control me in that because it takes 1 second to do some bullshit. It's a lifetime to get out of it. Yeah. So take control of the trauma that occurred, because if you grew up and I can't speak for all minorities in general. We grew up in a very aggressive environment, men supposed to be this and aggression, nothing but aggression. Man, please. I ain't aggressive about nothing. My business partner, he want to be, man, fuck them people. I'm like, bro, it ain't even that serious. That's some people's shit. You can't tell them how to give you a damn insurance quote, bro. What the fuck? Come on, chill out, man. It ain't even that serious. That's that shit.
Yeah.
Just call somebody else. It's a million people, million insurance companies. Why you even arguing with this lady? Not about her shit. Come on, bro. It ain't that serious. Man, you don't give a fuck. Okay, if that's how you want to be, I don't give a fuck. Dude. Okay, cool, whatever. Ain't that serious. But 10-second rule. That's my 2 cents.
It reminds me
and
of.
I also had a download too, Trap. I think it may have been a Laura. Somebody said something about a party or something. I had something hit me from a childhood. But go ahead. It hit me.
What was that?
Just now or before? Something just now or something from before?
Open, you there?
Just drops some wisdom and then just walks away.
Yeah, I tried so hard not to laugh. Oh man.
I was saying it reminds me of a book, which is very.
Oh, that's me.
Yeah, you man.
Oh damn, my phone. Oh damn, my bad, bro. Oh damn,
You good, bro? You good?
My bad, bro. I hit the phone in my hand. I'm talking about. Oh yeah, but oh no, it was I think Me Society and Trap was on earlier. And I was like, man, I have a block that I can't remember past high school maybe. And when the Lord was talking about something about a party or someone said something about a party. And it hit me.
I was saying, it's like going to a party and I'm seeing all my aunts and uncles and they're talking and doing all the cool shit.
Oh, that was you, Kyrie. That was you, Kyrie. Yeah, and it hit me. And it hit me. Something came back and I had a block where I couldn't remember past high school. And I'm like, oh shit, I can't trap. I can't even remember past high school. I don't remember that shit. I can't go back to 6 and 5 and 4 and 3 and 2 and 1 and none of it. But the whole part of the conversation was having these different interactions helped me just then. Having these interactions, listening to everyone's story and people dropping gems and all that made me start reliving some of those moments. And since we've been on the line, that was very enlightening for me. That was very helpful. Yeah, go ahead, Kyrie.
Oh yeah, I was just
talking about a book. Talking about a book.
What you said was, it reminds me of a book called How to Be an Adult. It's actually a very good book. And they talked about how truly like anger, like you said, anger should really only last like 10 seconds. They said that in the book. And they said really what goes behind it is disappointment.
Yeah.
It's not actually anger. That is just the reaction that you're giving. That is not what you are truly feeling. And if you decide to indulge in that anger, now it's going way too far. They say you really shouldn't be feeling that for more than 10, 30 seconds, but I like the 10-second vote, let's cut that shit off right there. But yeah, that just reminded me of something that I read, man.
Mom. how long should you be mad or angry? How long should you be mad or angry? I said, how long should you be mad or angry? 10 seconds. Oh, okay. My wife knows the rule. 10 seconds. That's it. She's like, I'm not you. I'm not you. I have feelings. You don't have no damn feelings. Like that ain't got nothing to do with it.
Sounds like an angry person to me.
Oh, she's so peaceful and loving. She
Oh no, I
wasn't
talking. Sorry.
Oh, no, I'm just saying she want to love the world, and I'm like, fuck them. It shouldn't consume your energy that way. Fuck them people.
Yeah. Talk about energy vampire, and certain emotions are energy vampires.
Yeah, for sure. I'm trying to learn how to have them instead of I'm cool on the part of not letting them control me and all that. I'm cool with that part. I'm trying to learn how to have emotions, period. You know?
Like I wanted to
10
talk
seconds.
about. Oh, sorry.
10 seconds. I'm over your ass dying, bro. I'm on to something else. Yeah, okay, whatever. I can't let it control my moments while I'm in this shell. Yeah. Hey, this trauma. I don't know. I hadn't dug that deep yet.
Especially understanding just how important it is to be in control of your emotional state. Because again, the state dictates what behavior you can possibly do. Because if you're mad, you can only think about a certain few things.
I'm also learning how to have effective communication with empathy attached to it, or sympathy or empathy attached to it. Because I'm straightforward. I mean, if you ask me a question, or if you say something to me, and I'm like, fuck, I'm like, man, I don't want to hear that shit. I mean, you have to be. I mean, I don't like probably being rude, but I'm like, man, people should want the truth. That's how I feel. That's what I should say. But I'm trying to have some tact with it, as she said.
Mm-hmm. I know sometimes for me, when I usually say fuck it, it's me running away from the situation, not dealing with it. You know, just so sometimes I just go head on with the situation.
That's major. That's major.
Yeah.
Yeah. Never looked at it that way. Do we want to deal with most of the things we have to deal with?
I say that's major because another one of the things that I've been learning is about meaningful pain and meaningless pain. And I mentioned this before. Meaningful pain, that's when you can at least find the good intention or find some kind of meaning or find a way to make it work, right? Like say you got into an accident, you can see the good in it, right? You can find a meaning to it. You can see how it can work for your benefit. Or maybe in hindsight, how it actually led you to where you've gone. But if you never find a meaning for that pain, it's just pain. It's meaningless pain. And what happens is that through time, inevitably, you start to distance yourself from it, disassociate until you become numb. You say, fuck it. And some people mistake that for non-attachment. That's not what non-attachment is. That's just becoming numb. Non-attachment is understanding that you're not this body. And these things that happen, it's just karma playing out. Nothing to do with what you actually are.
I think one thing that's helped me in dealing with that has been, although there are emotional moments, it's neutralizing which emotions are not serving me versus which ones will serve me. So it's not denying anything, but it's neutralizing them. So, and hypnosis is really amazing for that. And, you know, and all that kind of introspection that like what Trav has us do, where we have to look back as to the root causes of these things. And a lot of times once that awareness comes up, we have the root cause, and then we can neutralize that emotion because we're able to see that that's not exactly what is playing out right now, or what is going to be assisting us in going towards our desired state. So I think what I'm learning a lot about as far as non-attachment goes, it's not saying like I can't have emotions, because that's a whole body right there. That's one whole sheath of what creates me in this projection. But I can utilize it in a way that serves my purpose, in a very in a very controlled way, in a very controlled manner. I can do that so that it's no longer running me. A situation may have me emotional, but I'm not running from it. I'm not avoiding it. I'm feeling it. And then I'm going to its base, and then I'm neutralizing it and creating a new reality from the preferred emotions that are also playing out at the exact same time. So it's kind of like that branching out of the awareness of everything that I've noticed has really helped me in becoming more detached from situations, in particular ones that would trigger emotional stuff, especially once I find out that it's already been implanted from a false memory. Then I'm like, oh, that shit's not happening. Neutralize. Let's put in a new program here.
Laura, what would you say is your process?
That goes to,
what's that?
That goes to another thing that I practice as well with the negativity portion of it, is that I try to find, no matter what the situation is, whether it deems to be something horrible or however it deems to be in a mundane world, mundane society, I try to find a positive in those 10 seconds, though. You know what I mean? I try to find something positive about whatever it may be, a car wreck, hit my hand, whatever. Mm-hmm. I find a positive thing very quickly. Like when in those 10 seconds, I find something positive about any and everything. Lose $1 million? Okay, well, okay, cool. I'm still alive. I got another 24 to get it again. I mean, it's something that I'm going to create to appease me from going on the negative path. So that's like,
yeah. I love
it has to happen quickly, though. Yeah,
you can sit there and beat yourself up. Yeah.
Oh man, I got this buddy that I did a business deal with 3-4 years ago. He's still crying about that shit. I'm like, bro, I done moved off that bullshit for me 1,000,000 damn times, bro. Contract with we signed the contract, and guess what? Who knew gas was gonna go up? Who knew this was gonna happen? Hey, you can see we couldn't forecast all the things that occur in business. Okay, cool. Move on, bro. Shit. What's up? You still crying about that? Man, Amazon some bullshit. Okay, bro. That was on you. You signed the damn contract, so what the hell you crying about? I mean, move on. In society in general, most people feel more comfortable blaming someone else as well.
Yeah, it's a connector. If we can all, and actually I was exploring this in the idea of what an adult is, because I thought, God, with all this shadow work, we ain't nothing but mad kids running around.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, everyone. Everyone.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And went back to thinking, like, when I was like, I don't play video games, because like that's what adults do. But what do adults do? What make you an adult?
Right. I looked up that definition, and the definition of an adult is someone who is mature and developed. So I looked up what that means, and essentially both of them mean that you are able to solve issues that you may not want to solve in a way that is beneficial, in a way that isn't destructive, but essentially you're able to solve mundane tasks well. And so I was thinking about how often I come across in society adult bodies, but almost everyone is a child. And I think a major part of that is that our society's connection to each other is through pain, is through running away from the situations that we need to be handling, instead of moving towards with enthusiasm, with with the playfulness, right? Instead of that, that's almost shunned. And instead it's like, no, oh, I have to handle this. Oh, I gotta do that. Oh, I have to do this, blah, blah, blah. And someone says, I understand your pain. Let's connect on that. And then next thing you know, it starts to fester. And then nothing is being solved. And you're back to being the hurt child. You literally just put yourself back in the position of being the hurt child instead of the happy one, the one who played outside and did all the shit they used to love to do.
So you're saying instead of having a meaningful relationship, we're out here trauma bonding and trying to find someone else who's hurt like us so we can hurt together?
Yeah.
Yeah, buddy.
Of any of our tasks.
He likes company. So
yeah.
But I think Matthew had a question.
Go ahead, Matthew.
No, I didn't have anything.
Oh, you didn't? Okay. I'm
absorbing this
okay.
right here. You know, this. I know I'm just staring there, menacing.
No. I think like a few minutes ago, I thought you were trying to ask a question, so I just wanted to get back to that.
Oh no, thank you. Okay. Something may come. You know, I chime in whenever. You know, I forget something. I always say it.
I got a question. So Laura was talking about neutralizing those negative emotions. So you know, I know that if I drop an apple to the ground, it's gonna fall. I know that because I've dropped a bunch of things and I've seen gravity at work. I've got enough of an idea. So how do you go through your process of neutralizing the pain? Like, how do you know that that's working?
Okay, so this has been a new process. I would say a more refined process that I've been using that has just been fucking solid for me. So for me, I cannot switch something from negative to positive without dragging the negative into the positive. I can't do that shit. Like, it's just so hard for me to leave that negative thing behind. So what I do instead is I transmute that negative energy, all the frustration, anger, and fear and anxiety that I'm feeling in that moment. First, I understand where that's coming from, right? What the root cause is, bring it up to the surface. Generally, I can do that within a couple of seconds. And I'm like, oh, okay, you know, like I'm upset about this. Because then I can find out the real root negative, right? Okay, what's underneath this anger, fear, or anxiety, or the feeling, or the fear of instability, that kind of thing. Okay. So then what I do is I convert that energy. So say I go through a frustrating experience and I feel at that root cause of that frustration, the fear of instability and lack of control. Okay. I then transmute that into focus. Nothing but focus. Because if I were to try to transmute that into something positive immediately, there would be no middleman. But if I turn it into focus, then it allows me to then use all of that pent up instability towards something that is positive. So if I'm feeling unstable and out of control, then I know the last thing I need to do is think about, you know, putting in a mantra for abundance, because there's negativity attached to that. My root issue is feeling out of control and unstable. So I need to bring myself back into a balanced state where I feel back in control of my own being. So I'm going to transmute that negative energy, those negative feelings, into focus energy, and then focus on solely how I create stability in my life, what I've been doing up until this day, and what my future looks like. So I step into that future self who is stable and content and balanced. And no matter how small that step is, I still take that step. And I don't allow that energy of focus to go towards the negative at all. Most of the time, at that point, it's already been neutralized because I'm already now focusing on creating stability, which is what I was feeling the lack of from that negative emotion. So I'm filling up that area where the energy was lacking, all right, where It was trying to build up. So that's been my process, is identifying the root so I can understand what intent, positive intent, I'm going to put that energy to focus on. But yeah, I don't switch from negative to positive immediately. It has to go from negative to focus and then focus to intent.
I just learned how to do that a couple of days ago.
Dude, it's so useful.
That video you did.
That video helped me.
I'm gonna have to. No, I
I
gotta
was
go
having
from
a shitty
there.
day that day.
I have to
and
do
that
it
shit
different.
came in
I
like
have to do it
fucking-
different.
Like a situation was coming up, like some money was taken out my account, and usually I say fuck it, and I was getting frustrated, and I was like, you know what? Let me turn this energy to be encouraged and speaking up for myself. So I called the people, and I was speaking up, and it worked out in my favor. So the problem was neutralized. I was so happy. I was so happy. I was like, oh my God, it works.
And you notice that you utilize that, right? You didn't go to like, because here's the thing too, we think that if that surface emotion comes up, that then our intention has to be related to that surface emotion. I'm angry about not having money, so I need to do a spell in order to attract money. But what we don't realize is that we're just bringing that back into the area that's been negative, right? Negative, lack of energy, lack of sustenance there. We need to actually fill that up. What is beyond the money? You know, what is beyond that? Is it the communication I need to have with this person right now? Is it the need to feel encouraged or to feel like you were mentioning, right? You had to speak up for yourself. So underneath that money situation was a need for communication to clear out the issue. And so you were able to place that in its appropriate spot for the intention. And then you neutralize the situation.
And then the good thing about it, they still didn't give me money back, but I didn't care because I spoke up for myself. I was like, okay, and I had a clearer,
and that was more
clarification.
money.
Yep, I had clarification. Yep, I was like, okay, so I can use this method on everything in my life.
Yes,
and that's crazy because it's like
I can try to incorporate that.
Transmuted the money into self-confidence.
Yes,
literally.
But it took me a couple of days just to figure that out. I say, God damn, it was this easy,
bro.
So I had the reason why I use the construct that I use a slightly different, Laura, was because my negative is horrible. My negative is like, fuck you, bitch. I'm gonna be in your bushes when you get home. I don't care if it's an argument. I'm coming to see your ass. Fuck the kids. Everybody gonna get it. Whoever that. So I had to use something that actually worked for my previous mind state. You know, I was on.
Right.
BS.
Well, and I find that really cool that you use time constraints, because I think we all have different ways of transmuting that energy. There is no like, this is the only way. Like, that's bullshit, you know? Like, there's a million ways, right? It's the same tapestry. So I think that if you're, you know, I find that really interesting, because I also know of someone who got really famous off of her 5-second rule, where when she felt she was addicted to alcohol and all kinds of shit, and her family was falling apart. And one day she gave herself only 5 seconds for self-pity. And then she forced herself to do the next rational step. So she transmuted the energy within 5 seconds, but she did that by putting in a time constraint. So I think that is also a very effective way for some people to be able to transmute that negative energy, is giving yourself that time constraint. Being like, nope, you only got this amount of time to go through your bullshit, and then you're fucking done.
So that was cool. That's cool for me, because you know I grew up in a real aggressive environment. So everything is aggression. Oh, he playing with me. It's this and that. So I'm like, okay, let me get my emotions out of it. Let me control the narrative of these situations where getting them like, damn, you took it too far. You know, I had to do that. I got 3 of my fingers cut off because I stabbed somebody and ended up cutting myself in the process of stabbing somebody, damn near killing me, you know, behind some words. You know, it was I had to before my ass ended up somewhere dead or locked up somewhere. You know, I had to control my anger, so to speak, in
So I
a
think
timely manner. In a timely manner.
One thing I'm noticing too that I think is pretty interesting. So I'm a competitive Muay Thai fighter, right? And so the way how you train and you keep your emotions out of it is that you stick to strategy and then you wait for the correct time to be explosive.
Yeah.
So imagine growing up in a violent environment. It's still working in the same way. There's a buildup, there's a buildup, there's a buildup, and then there's a bam, an explosion. Then there's a buildup, there's a buildup, there's a buildup, then bam, there's an explosion. So what that made me think about with you in the time constraint thing and why that may work for you so well is because there's a buildup, there's a buildup, there's a buildup, and then you are timing when there's that explosion, when it comes up. You are putting a time limit on it and then saying, okay, now we're going back to strategy, which is what a lot of martial artists do. You have to get your timing right. You have to find so you are unconsciously and consciously, in my head, the way I'm seeing it is you are finding your rhythm with how you're transmuting this energy, because you got a lot of it. And so you know that it's going to come out, it's going to build up and then come out. And so you're giving it a limited amount of time. You're saying, okay, but we're going to hold back on this before we go back to strategy. Or, okay, we're going to have this play out and then we're going to go back to strategy. We're only allotting this much time. It's got to save breath.
Yeah, for sure. And that happens in conversation and communication as well. That's another thing that's effective with the 10-second rule is the effective communication. You know, you have to know how to effectively speak to yourself as well as others, you know, in trying times. So I'm learning. I'm still learning that, but sometimes I'm short with my tongue. So I'm very blunt about whatever. And I have to know how to restrain myself communication wise as well. You know, it's not only just physical, it's communication as well. Like, okay, cool, man. No need to be going all in on a person like that. You know, verbally assaulting people behind us. You know, they'll end up hating me forever behind something I said that may have been my truth. However, no need. It's not even that serious. So let me be the hell quiet because my mind going nothing to nothing, saying this, that, and this, and the third, and it's really not that serious. So it's also communication wise that I use the 10-second rule.
Yeah, which is powerful. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was gonna say, I find that for me, when I'm going through certain emotions, I think sometimes like I just need to feel it, you know, because my mom would always be like, oh, well, you know, I think sometimes other people can't handle your emotions and they don't want to be in that space. And so they tell you to get rid of it, or they tell you, oh, it's not that bad. But it's sometimes, you know, I think it's okay to be sad. You know what I mean? And just tell myself I'm sad and it's okay. And it's not going to last forever. But sometimes it's good just to sit in it and kind of feel it instead of running away from it. And then I ask myself, why am I sad? Oh, because of this. Oh, because of that. And now I'm starting to kind of dig deeper and find out where this sadness is coming from. And I know for me, that's just something that works. That sometimes it's good just to sit in and go through it rather than try to do that from the negative to the positive, and there's no in between. You know what I mean?
So that's the thing about me, Kyrie, is that I don't have an in between. I'm going hard on everything. If I'm in, I'm in. If I'm out, I'm out. There's no in between. I have a yes or a no. It's no maybe, maybe not. It's a yes or a no. Because just say like sitting in it for me is like I'm on the bullshit or I'm on the positive shit. One of the two. There's no in between of sitting in it and dwelling on it. That particularly don't work for me. You know what I mean? Like I can't sit in it because if I'm steady talking with the idea of this or that, I'm gonna let the negative enter and it's gonna take over and be completely negative or it's gonna be completely positive. So I had to use some tactics that kept me just more on the positive end of things, you know.
Absolutely.
You know, like I say, when you have to indulge and be around people that's ignorant, as soon as you pull up, You know, somebody like, oh, you ain't shit. Oh, motherfucker, you know, just ignorance. You know what I mean? Like when you growing, you know, sometimes you gotta still dwell amongst people that you're around on some level when they hadn't grown and they still stuck in the same place. And every week it's the same conversation, the same attacks, the same everything. So, you know, you gotta find your point where me personally, I have to find the point where I'm either on some man, I'm ignore the hell out of you, or I'm gonna hit you upside the head with this goddamn bottle, bro. Leave me the hell alone. It's no in between for me. You know what I mean? So
No,
I had to use these tactics to keep me safe. Keep me safe.
No, totally. And I think Alora puts out a really good blueprint for how to work with it. You know.
Yeah.
So
yeah, that's I'm gonna have to use that one though. The focus one. I'm gonna have to use that one. Well, see if I can incorporate that one with. I may even try to sit in something small first. I got to try small first.
But what I'm saying with you is that you're already doing that. You just do that within your time constraint. You give yourself 10 seconds and you transmute that energy to focus. So you do transmute it. You just do it in the way that works for you.
Exactly.
You know?
Exactly.
But you are focusing that. You're saying this is not going to reside here in this place. I'm going to transmute that. Just the mere act of doing that is the act of focusing, of transmutation. You're turning that into the positive.
I also think everyone is beautiful and whatever. You know,
yeah.
I'm never on people like, oh, you motherfucker, you always happy. You're missing. I'm like, that's sad to be about. Man, you must be rich. Why everything gonna equate to money? I mean, what the hell? You know, I mean, you're just being happy with you. Well, how about you be happy with yourself, my brother? Be happy with you. Man, nobody want to hear that philosophy bullshit and all that philosophizing and all. What that got to do with your feelings, bro? Just be happy. It's okay to be happy.
And sometimes you gotta just go up to people and be like, man, you are on some bullshit right now. On some real shit. You're like, I look at some people and I accidentally blew a stop sign. Like, I mean, totally zoned out, totally spaced out. And luckily I was only going like 5 miles per hour. It was by the beach. And so it wasn't like anything, but like I totally did not see the guy that was in the crosswalk. And he got up to my car and he was like, you motherfucker. Like totally like unwarranted. Like you could tell that anger was clearly coming from somewhere else. Yeah. But I parked my car and I just started laughing because I was like, holy shit, that guy was so angry. Like
oh my God.
I do that too, and sometimes it can make it worse, right? Because you're sitting there laughing.
And like everyone was looking around too. Like I had just like murdered his wife or something. Like that is like how angry he was fuming. Like it was insane. But sometimes you just gotta be like, wow, like that person.
Damn, is that really serious, bro?
Yeah, no. And sometimes some people are really just on that emotional trip that they really just need to go through that. That's what the moment called for. You know what I mean? And I meant no disrespect. I really didn't, but he took it in such a disrespectful way. But sometimes you just got to be like, man, some people are just on some shit, you know? So
that's it. Some people wake up and be like, I hate people who blow and all. I'm like, oh, stop. Don't do that. Don't do that. Because the next person have a gun or whatever, you know, you got people who very emotional about life in general, you know? I'm like, bro, I ain't blowing at you or any of that. I'm just gonna let you have it. My cousin I hate to get in the car with him because he's fucking notorious blower. And he's driving 10 miles an hour on 70 miles an hour road, but he's blowing at everybody. Bro, come on.
This is why shadow work is so important. And this is why NLP is so important. Because like with shadow work, you can start to identify where this stuff exists within yourself. Because it was key, like you said, Kari, like he seemed like that anger was coming from a different place. And it was. Yeah. It's a whole, he's tapped into that pocket dimension of anger and he lives there. He has a passport He's got real estate there. He's renting out. You know what I'm saying? Working on buying a third house. But like if you're not able to identify that in yourself, you start to take it personally. Now you move into his neighborhood and you think that y'all on the same page. You think he's yelling at you. He's not. He's yelling at himself. He's still mad at something else. But that's the shadow work part. And then as far as the NLP part, there's different ways that you can learn how to communicate, at least to keep yourself safe, or maybe even to help that person if you so desire.
Yeah. I found that either being silent, right, and letting them get it out and shit like that is one way, and not making eye contact. The other, and that's in really dangerous situations. But a lot of times if someone's coming at me, like say it's like one of them angry old people, like, like they just, don't like you and they want to yell at you or something like that. I've done that with more than a couple of people and others too, at like level ones and all that kind of stuff, where I will be able to identify what their root is, right? So it's like, okay, you're acting on anger, but I'm betting it's because you were scared in this moment that you thought I was going to do something to you. And so, and you had a straight regression right there, and you're living through that regression right now. So then I start to play the part to fill that, where I'll be like, I am so sorry. That must have been really scary for you. I am so sorry that you had to deal with something so scary. I do not mean to scare you. What can we do to make you feel better? And I'm telling you, they'll stop. Like if you can identify the root cause of what they're projecting and then provide them a solution to it, they will love you. Like they'll be like, and then literally 9 times out of 10, they start telling me what memory they were living from in that moment. They'll be like, oh, I was attacked. Like there was this old guy around my neighborhood, right? And he's like super grumpy old man. He has a stick to hit people with. And my dogs are adorable, right? But they run outside, and one of them is a hound, and so he makes a lot of noise, right? So they ran out of the house, and I couldn't catch them in time. And they go up to the guy, and the guy starts swinging. So my hound gets real scared, right? So he's like, "Oh!" It's the whole thing. And I'm like, "Bob, get back inside." And so they come back inside. And the guy starts to yell at me, and there's like spit coming out, there's like a whole thing, and he's still waving the stick, And so I immediately recognize that as fear, right? It's a fear response. So I go up to him and I'm like, wow, that must have been so scary for you. I am so sorry. My dogs are really friendly, but I don't even expect how are you? I am so sorry. That must have been really, really scary. And then he immediately calmed down and started telling me how he had been attacked by dogs before. And that's why he carries the stick. And he told me his whole motive that he carries around for years. So he literally told me a root memory there because I had filled that void.
Yeah.
And that's just one case. Like I've done that in level ones, in like crisis situations. In some crisis situations, obviously you just don't make eye contact and wait for that shit to explode. And then you're like, all right, are we done now? But can we talk?
I didn't know that. That's an animal response. The eye contact, that's an animal. That's an actual predator animal response.
Yeah.
Like I know most mammals, I don't think reptiles, but most mammals and I think some birds will it's on sight.
Yes.
Damn, that's interesting.
And the chin. Here's where NLP comes in too. Like I noticed with a lot of behavior techs who were super hated in the crisis centers and hospitals was because if someone was freaking out, they would look at them like this and their chin would get up. And that's a challenging gesture. That's like what are you going to do?
Yeah.
You're going to come at me? This is my space. You coming into my space? That's the chin jut. So in fact, in fighting, they teach you to bring your chin down because naturally when you get punched in the face, you want to be like, what? And raise it up. And then you get an uppercut. It's a bad idea.
and physically and metaphysically, you are looking down on.
Yeah.
You are literally looking down, you know? And I think something that you're tapping into as well is people just want to be heard.
Mm-hmm.
Most of the time, people do never get the chance to really express those emotions and those experiences that you are tapping into. No one ever asked them about that. You know what I mean? And so the fact that they met someone who's willing to listen to that, I think is definitely a part of it too. You know?
Oh yeah. Even if it's just ranting.
Now, Laura mentioned hypnosis before, and one of the key things about hypnosis, and maybe if you were present for the Green Book reading, you heard this. In order to hypnotize or to start that process, you have to first put yourself into that state. So if you lack the skill of having state control, you're not even going to be able to do any of this. So in other words, like, this is why it's so good to know and understand non-attachment, and understand compassion. Because if you're focused on fear and protecting yourself, you know, somebody comes at you angry, now you get scared, now you're angry, you're not in control of your state. Now you're matching his state. He's in control of his state and he's hypnotized you. Now you're angry with him. You see how that works? If you're going to change somebody's state, you have to first change yours and be in control of that. In other words, maintain your frame.
Right. Now
That's genjutsu. That's textbook genjutsu right there, bro. That's straight Naruto shit right there. Holy shit.
Yo, it gets even deeper because Trav, maybe even you can clear this up, because there's even some ways too that you match someone on that level, but you introduce the level of concern. So you take them from their state into your state. So for example, this guy was talking about how this one dude comes into the gym and the guy's working the front desk and the guy's in the gym. He's just pissed off and he's yelling and shit like that about, I don't know, his membership or something. And the guy, in order to calm the other dude down, starts yelling too. And he goes, "Oh my God, they haven't figured out your membership. Oh, I'm going to call the manager. I can't believe." And the guy who had been yelling told the guy, whoa, it's cool. It's cool. We can figure this out.
Isn't that what you do to little kids?
Yeah.
Those videos where babies are screaming like, then you see the parents are screaming with the baby, and the baby's like, what's going on here? We're still babies. We're still children. That shit didn't change.
Yeah. So it's all about interrupting the process and knowing how to interrupt that process. Because the way
genjutsu. Oh shit. Yo.
Interrupt.
God. What's the name of the Green Book again, Trav? No, don't drop it here.
I disclose that on public YouTube stream.
Yeah, we're still on YouTube.
Yeah. No, not today.
But like, that's what makes NLP real fucking magic. That's real magic, because we've already discussed previously that reality is oh my God, here I go again. Malleable.
You got it. No, you got it.
Okay, all right.
Yeah,
malleable. So you can change it, right?
Yeah.
And we're always living in different states of trance.
Uh-oh.
So when we can connect to each other, and first importantly to ourselves, in those states of trance, we can change then the reality that is already changing with us. It's just dependent on where our focus is. Like, that's how you interrupt the system.
Beautiful.
Seriously.
You guys see, like, what we're actually tapping into? Like, this isn't just what spell do I use to get some love, or what can't, like, we're literally altering not only our own destinies, but the destinies of those around us. Like, if here's the thing now, in the next module of the shadow work course, we're going to get into memory. We're going to get into the actual map. And a big part of that is understanding what the human experience and the living experience is built upon, which is billions of years of data. Now, most animals, they're stuck in their cycles of data because they don't need to think. A bird knows how to fly, right? Animals know how to dig, scratch, bite, howl. Like, there are patterns that have been going on for billions of years. They don't have to think. So being able to break free from that, because look, human beings are in that too. We wake up, we looking for something to eat, something to fuck, and a nice bed to sleep in. That's a human animal. That's what we do. But learning to expand beyond that, now you're starting to alter your destiny and your evolution. And inevitably, those around you, this is the job of a magus. When you look at that tarot card, right? That first tarot card, what's going on there? It'd help if my camera was on, right?
I'm like, I don't know. Tell me, Travis. Is this a trick question? All right.
So we got the chalice, the infinity symbol.
Mhm.
I see potion making.
Now, the infinity symbol above his head represents the fact that he exists outside of time. Now, of course, we see a sword, a cup, a disc, and a wand. It's not those things. Those are only placeholders and representations of what they represent. Physical plane, astral plane, mental plane, causal plane, etc. Emotions, thought, like the entire human experience. That's what those things represent on that table. He's got it laid out in front of him, and he knows what to do with it. Matter of fact, he's no longer controlled by instinct and pattern. He understands instinct and pattern. That's why he's pointing as above, so below. So as above is where all those patterns reside, the chalkboard, the infinite, unmanifest, unconscious mind. You don't create anything. He's just picking the right patterns to arrange the material in accordance with. The magician, the magus, the magician has unlimited power, not because he himself is unlimited power, but he knows how to tap into it and replicate it. He's not doing it of his own accord. He's doing it based on what already exists. No need to reinvent.
You become the Prakriti, basically. The reflection.
Playing the role of Purusha within Prakriti.
Mm-hmm. Because even his physical body is now a conduit.
Conduit. That's what we're doing. So like all that extra fancy story time shit that people are talking about, I am a left-hand path dark sorcerer here to fight the light. Like all that stuff is like make-believe. What we're really doing is understanding patterns and replicating them. That's it. Now, if you want to paint it fancy and call yourself whatever you want to call yourself, that's cool. If they get you through the day, awesome. But if you continue expanding, you're going to see that there's a fundamental structure, a context. Man.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Real magic.
This is where we are.
Yeah.
This is where we are.
We're doing it.
We haven't left from Samkhya Darshan. Like we haven't left from the Kabbalion. Like all that stuff is still relevant. Please memorize the 7 Hermetic principles because like that, those are the laws. Please memorize what's happening in Samkhya Darshan. The explanation that Prakriti, from our individual perspective, we believe that Prakriti is everything and the soul is like this small spark in the center. Nah, it's the opposite. The soul is infinity. Prakriti is a tiny speck of, a lump of clay in the midst of an infinite ocean of nothingness. That's what Prakriti is. So when you start to expand your perspective to that level, you can understand, yes, this is an illusion. No, this stuff ain't real.
Right.
Now, get out the emotions. That doesn't mean like, oh, my life is hard and I'm going to give up and say none of this matters. Nothing is real. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that what we experience is a reflection of a pattern.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's in my view, the hologram.
Yes.
Yep. We live in a holographic universe.
Yeah. And we are in that holographic, we are holograms. So we can literally change if we can figure out our own structure, which includes the environment, which includes the frequencies that we're surrounded by, which includes our belief systems and our point of view. We can find out where spirit is, where Purusha is putting its focus. And then we can see where Prakriti is manifesting actually. And we can change that. That small little bit that we're seeing, right? It's only because we're focusing on it. And so it seems big, but it's not. It's just what we focused on. Yeah.
Where your attention goes, the energy flows. So,
Boom.
and it's the stuff is so simple. It's crazy, but just because something is simple doesn't mean that it's easy.
No, because we're in an ocean of infinite.
Well, I mean, just think of sports. Like, what is baseball besides hitting a ball with a stick?
Yo, although there was a breakdown of basketball relating to astrological charts before that I heard that was pretty fucking fantastic. So
That's
there
cool.
might be a deeper occult root to baseball. We don't know.
Yes,
but
I'm sure there is, but I'm just talking about like the actual task. Like it's a very simple task, but like hitting a ball at like 90 miles per hour, like that's difficult. Like that's difficult. It might be simple, but it's hard, you know? And so I think that that's something also that like I have to keep telling myself is just like, this work isn't easy. Sure, yeah, sitting down and meditating is a simple task, but that does not mean that it's going to be easy.
No.
It can be easy. Ooh. Or difficult. Hold on.
But it gets easy, you know? It gets easier.
It depends on the perspective. Just like if you're inside of Prakriti, she seems like everything. But if you're outside of Prakriti, she seems almost not even relevant.
Yeah.
That is a good point.
And I think that has to do with familiarity. I'm sorry, Travis. Go ahead. I cut you.
Oh, no reason to be sorry. You're perfectly fine. Everything happens the way it's supposed to. I ain't pressed.
That's cool.
But I was supposed to wrap this up earlier. But I did want to share a diagram because when I was doing my talk with Shooty, I thought that it would be a good idea to share it, or at least something told me that this would be a good idea. Anyways, I'm gonna share.
See it.
Is he out? Oh, there he is. Okay.
It's transferred to the other Travis.
Yeah. I know.
Right. I hope it's clear.
Whoa. Nope. I don't know. I can't see anything. All I see is purple and sparkles. I can't see that.
There we go. I was doing my talk with Shooty, and what did I notice? I noticed that the level of okay, so what I've been learning about this whole NLP stuff is that we've got thoughts about our thoughts and states about our states. You see what I'm saying? Like, here I am sitting on a white carpet rug thing, and I think it's cool, but I have thoughts and feelings about me sitting on a white carpet, and I have thoughts and feelings about that. You get what I'm saying? Our perspective, there's multiple states and multiple perspectives that expand beyond our awareness. We've already learned about this and taught with Shooty. Basically, when it comes to Purusha or soul, that circle actually represents the entire paper. This entire paper is soul. But what's happening now is we've got Prakriti, which is all of nature, all of existence. And I just drew this curve here, but this curve is actually an egg shape, right? It's a whole circle, it's a whole pool. So the very first thing that we notice in this layer is the function of what we call buddhi. And this is stuff that we already know, but just looking at it now from a level of NLP, like, really helped it to become clear to me. We said that reality is a hologram. And the way that a hologram works is that when there is a holographic medium, right? When a laser projects into that holographic medium, it produces an image, right? Now, the thing is, all of the information inside that holographic medium is stored in every single particle. So if the medium breaks, even if you just get a small fraction of this medium, you can still get the entire message. That's why this is a hologram. So every moment of reality contains the truth of all existence. In any case, the laser would actually be the soul. The laser, in this case, would be buddhi. The holographic medium is prakriti. So as the laser shines through as buddhi, it's projecting upon the screen that we know of, that we call Om or Ahamkara, right? So that's the very next level. Come on, there we go. So anyways, we know of Om as this infinite eternal vibration, the up and the down. And what we get here is the aspect of the gunas. The gunas are only they're not actually things. They're a function, they're an expression of how things work. It's a flow, it's a pressure. So either things are going to be rajasic, tamasic, or sattvic. And basically all that means is what stage that flow is in, what stage the process is in. That's it. That's the level of Om, Omkara. So we got this laser beam of Buddhi pressing through, and that's causing Om. That's causing the motion of up and down. It's that simple. It's not good and bad. It's not anything specific. It's literally just pressure of up and down. Like the higher you go in the tree of life, like those upper spheres, there's no content. It's pure context, pure motion, pure vibration. That's what that means. So now in this realm of Om, and this, because there's stages, right? Buddhi would represent the crown chakra, right? Om would represent the third eye. This is what we're talking about as far as third eye. It's not whatever you fantasize about. It's literally just an expression of motion. That's it. The context happens beneath this realm. The content happens beneath this realm. So in the realm of Omkara, we've got Rajas, Sattva, Tamas. We've got the flow. And what happens now, because see, Prakriti is every imaginable thing that can possibly happen, period, the matrix. But there's no programs running. Because of this ripple wave effect of up and down, because of that, that sets the pure harmony of all potential into motion. Now, if the pure harmony of all potential goes into motion, now things start getting created. Does that make sense? Yes. So before it's just a field of pure potential, but because it's being pressed up, down, and in stasis, because of that, now things are starting to form. If this was Kabbalah, we'd be at the stage of Binah now. So we'd go from Kether, this would be the triple blackness of space, Kether to Chokmah and Binah. This is what's happening here. Now, because the harmony has been upset, now we get to Akasha. That's what Akasha is. Akasha, the Akashic records, is the collection of the beginnings of all potential form. And then, of course, as that motion is pressed, it gets even more solidified into the mental plane, which are thoughts and ideas and concepts, archetypes. Now, those archetypes press down and become even more solidified into the corresponding plane, which continues to press down into the next plane, which continues to press down into the physical plane. And this is where our awareness currently is, on the physical plane. And what we don't realize is that there's so many different planes of manifestation before this one. And at the root of all this is literally just awareness, consciousness. It's not a thing itself. The thing to be conscious of is Prakriti. But what we're learning with our chakras and with our meditations is that there's layers to this game. And if we can start to separate these layers, we can start to see how the stuff starts to make sense. So I mentioned thoughts about thoughts and concepts about concepts and meta states. The more that we can start to figure out our own meta states, the more that we can see the higher aspects of ourself. We can't see that yet because we're so locked in on our lower self. We're still locked in on being angry about something that happened to us 20 years ago. But see, we have a thought about that, and we have a thought about that. We have a feeling about that. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Something that may have happened to you 10 years ago, you feel a certain way about that. Say, for example, you failed a test and you feel like a failure because you failed that test. But there's a higher level where you have an even deeper feeling of yourself as a failure because you failed that test and feel like a failure. Then there's a higher opinion about yourself that has an opinion about that. Like, it keeps stacking up like that.
Yeah.
And doing shadow work is really the process of starting to harmonize that and making sure that it's beneficial to us. That's my spiel. That's my TED Talk.
I love that. That's Tatma Shuti's an amazing meditation to do during this time. I had something similar, kind of like that, except what came to me was these ideas of the tattvas here, how every single tattva has we have an emotional attachment to these tattvas. So these tattvas are realms, and within that realm, the only way we can connect is through these emotional attachments that we hold on to right now. So that's why, and that's why two colors get involved with tattvas and elements. Colors, right? Green is never just green. It's a formula. It's an expansion of a type of energy, and the way how we relate to that, the way how we perceive that is through a specific a type of emotional attachment, and we can use that to access these different elements of self. The thing is that we often get caught up in the emotional aspect of it instead of seeing that that's actually a gateway to cleansing that tattva within ourselves, to being able to actually break into that plane. Know what I'm saying?
I catch your drift.
Like, we're still operating from Prithvi. We're still operating from the solidified mindset.
Yes.
Yeah. And so we're trying to look at these tattvas from that solidified mindset. But what you were just explaining, there are opinions on these tattvas that are reoccurring in our lives every day that are below that are more subtle, that are the holders of that are the key to being able to tap into that energy, into that dimension.
For further reading, if anyone has this book, The Cosmic Doctrine by Dion Fortune, I would highly recommend, if you have this book, just jump straight to chapter 27. Jump to chapter 27, and what I just talked about and what you mentioned, Alora, is really broken down by Dion Fortune.
Okay.
And this, I think, will add a lot of clarity for people. Just looking at these 7 planes. And again, this correlates with the chakras: root chakra, sexual chakra, stomach chakra, heart chakra, throat chakra, third eye chakra, crown chakra. Like, it's not just energy points that correlate with the body. This is a hologram, which means it's also the map of reality, right? Like, this shit expands infinitely. So what Dion Fortune talks about here, I'm going to read the summary. These 7 planes, she calls them the 7 deaths, because in her metaphor, soul, see how soul is not a part of Prakriti. It's beyond Prakriti. But for soul to become aware of Prakriti, it enters Prakriti, and it has to die 7 times. It dies entering the Buddhi level. It dies entering the third eye level. It dies entering the Akashic level. It dies entering the causal plane. It dies entering the mental plane. It dies entering the astral plane. It dies into, But anyways, the first plane, neutralization of 2 movements. So the 2 movements that we'd be talking about would be soul and matter. They become neutralized. The second death is the transmutation of force from one plane to the plane below. So that in itself starts this process. The third death is the death of the individualized consciousness and abstraction of the absolute essence of life in meditation. The fourth is sleep, the linking or teaching death, objective on its own plane. The death is death of the personality and all of its desires. The 6th death is trance. The body sleeps, but the soul is awake. And the 7th death is initiation, consciousness withdrawn from the personality and made one with the individuality. So what we're talking about here is soul literally has to die to itself and become you. You are not the soul. You and me, we believe that we're individual people, but our soul is actually one thing. But in order to really realize that, we have to become separate. But anyways, if you have this book, read chapter 27. It's really, 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 really enlightening.
Okay.
I'm sure the PDF exists for people who don't have it.
Yeah. Thank you. That's rad. And notice how personality was one of the last steps.
Yeah. That's at the bottom of the totem pole.
That's what I'm saying. Like that emotional attachment to the tatwas and to the elements and to everything, right? Like we are bringing a personality there. And so it's one of the last steps is to separate ourselves from the personality.
Right.
From the person.
I love this stuff, man. This is I can see that everything that I've ever done in my life led to this point, and I am really happy about that.
Yeah. Yeah, me too.
We are healers and teachers and liberators, dispellers of darkness. So honestly, when you start to learn this stuff, ignorance cannot exist in your reality anymore.
Yeah, it can't. Oh my God, it cannot. Like I cannot condense shit no more. Someone comes to me with an opinion and I'm just like, it's a part of me that has to hold so much back.
That's seriously like legitimately biting your tongue, you know? You're just like,
yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And then, I know all of us have a lot to say, you know what I mean? So yeah, it's
and it's so exciting too, you know? You like want to share, like I want to share. I want to be like, oh, let me help. And then I'm like,
right.
yeah.
Right. Because just like we were talking earlier about the gurus, you know, that have to be separate from humanity, like also with this information that we have, like I'm not just not sharing the colored books because I'm trying to be deep and spooky and shit, but I understand there's a responsibility here. Like,
yeah,
this information now, it can literally completely disrupt a person's life.
Yeah.
Like for real. I'm not even trying to be deep. Like this stuff, it can literally shake somebody's life down to the core. All the little fruit dropping off the limbs, and they wondering what happened. Now the problem with that is that causes karma, right? You can't just do that with everybody because that will cause an attachment to you, a new karma. I'm trying to get rid of the ones I already got.
Mm-hmm.
That is the game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and as you read more occult stuff and just deeper spiritual stuff, they even tell you that. Like on the first page, they're just like, careful who you share this information with, you know. They
Most people aren't prepared.
Yes.
I've seen what people did
Not
with
mentally.
48 laws of power, let alone this information.
Yeah.
No, and spiritually said it's because you are responsible for it. Absolutely.
Yeah. I tried sharing something with a client of mine earlier in this week. You know, she's so pumped up. She's ready to change her life, want to find herself again, all that good stuff.
Yeah.
And it's like, I've heard it all before, you know, like, okay. You know, you can tell when a person's really, really ready to make that change. So I said, okay. So I tested her a bit and I'm just like, you know, very fluffy and light, you know, saying, okay, well, here are some of the steps that you're going to need to do. We're talking about in terms of a diet, but I already know once you change diet, like the spiritual stuff comes right in once you start to, you know, clean yourself and detox and all of those things.
Yep.
And I just lightly, very pillowy added some stuff in. And it was an about face. And it was like, okay, not ready, moving right along. You know, and you know, they're just not ready. But you can tell those who do. You know, I just, you can definitely tell the ones that do. They ask more questions. They're, you know, they stick around a bit more to hear the methodical part of it. You know what I mean? And yeah. And something you said.
Go ahead. No.
I was gonna say, Laura, I didn't get to speak earlier with my background, but something you said, you'd mentioned about like how a person would mirror, you know, someone was talking loudly, they talk loudly back to, you know, get them down. And I do that a lot in a bit of a different way. You know, someone would say, oh, very frustrated emotion, and I'll be like, oh my gosh, that happened to me also. And kind of just in my story, work in how I handled it, what I did in a calming, showing them that, hey, there's a different way that you can deal with this than having an energy bomb. You know what I mean? But I'm just talking to them, telling them my story of relation, totally relating with them. Sometimes I'm straight out lying, but relating with, yeah, but I understand that people do, like Kari was saying, we were saying in the chat, people need to be heard. People are so, it's all about the hustle and the bustle, emphasis on the hustle and the fast moving, and the life is going so much. People do not have time to notice, feel, be aware of anything subtle, anything.
I have a beautiful example of that happened earlier today. I was at the gym and I've been practicing some self-hypnosis in order to make my trainings go better. So I took some time and I was meditating, like legit, like everyone else is stretching. I'm legs crossed. I have my eyes closed, like very clearly meditating, right? And, and this dude who sits next to me, like I open my eyes and he looks at me and I'm like, oh, hey. And he was like, I totally said hello to you and thought that you were ignoring me because I didn't even realize that your eyes were closed. Like he got so wrapped up in his hustle and bustle type of routine that he does every day that he legit did not notice, oh, Laura's closed her eyes and is meditating. Like he was just straight like, I thought you were mad at me.
Wow. And you see, everyone always immediately goes to the worst case scenario, always. It's funny in high school. Freshman year all the way up to like maybe 10th junior year, as silly as this sounds, I literally used to write down in my agenda that was supposed to be for homework and notes and stuff. I would write what I wore every day so that I would make sure, I spaced my outfits out and all of that crapola. Like I really put energy and time into doing this. Should have been doing more homework, but this is what I was doing until I reached I think somewhere in 11th grade, somewhere in there. And I'm like, wait a minute, I'm putting so much time to this, but everyone else is so nervous and scared their own self. No one is barely noticing what the hell I'm wearing. Who cares? And I tried sharing this with every other young person that I met to try and alleviate that pressure of, realizing that everyone is so much in their own quote unquote bubble. They don't care. They barely know you exist. You just, you know what I mean? Everyone is so trapped up in their own fear. Like, yeah, everyone is doing that. And it's liberating. It's liberating to be on this side. Like the percentage of people that are so caught up in the day-to-day hamster wheel, I feel for them because, you hear there's so much anxiety, so much this and that. And even when you say to them, well, I have a solution for that. Do you want to meditate with me? I have a thing for that. You want to do some breathing? Here, I'll send you these mantras. You just have to say it maybe for 2 minutes, not even a big thing. And that is like a mountain. That's a mountain. It's almost more comfortable for them to live in the anxiety and the stress. That's normal. That's routine. But even the consideration of anything but that, it's like, whoa, I don't know what that is.
It deals with familiarity. And one thing I read recently that really stuck out to me too, is that most people do not succeed because their fear of failure is so great that they won't take the first step. Mm-hmm. So there's a lot with a lot of people, they have so much fear and a shame attached to trying something new that they never develop the talent of trying. Because for someone who succeeds, if they're learning something new, they're going to take the next step and they're going to fumble, but that fumble is neutralized. That fumble is like, that doesn't matter. They're going to continue to take that next step and learning that thing until they learn, even if it's just the most minute thing about that, they'll go, and the excitement from that success there of understanding that new concept and what they're trying to learn is so gratifying that they become addicted to trying. But it was only when they were able to move past the fear of failure. And a lot of people would rather stay familiar than to, because of that own fear of taking that first step, than to actually learning something new and possibly fumbling. They create so much momentum, so much baggage with that fumble that they don't even want to try. So they don't become addicted to trying. They don't find the thrill in trying.
Wow. That's something. That's definitely something, you know.
It's some shit.
I don't know. Yeah. I mean, like we were talking about earlier, we really have to learn and understand how to turn these things around. You know, my son took a placement test recently, and he had to call in to get the results. And he's like, oh man, I'm so nervous. You know, I don't, how am I going to do? And I said, it really doesn't matter how you do. It really doesn't matter. If you bomb it, you know, you've got a lot more studying to do. If you're able to analyze it, you can see where your weaknesses are, what you can, you know, so you don't have to waste time on the stuff you've already figured out. You can focus on the stuff that you need to, you know, focus on. But either way, any news, any awareness, any information you get from this is going to help you if you choose to see it that way. Or it can totally bomb you if you didn't do well, and you can get stuck in that for how long? A day, 2 days, 3, 2 weeks, forever? Your choice.
Good choice. My friends, my family, I think at this point, we're going to go ahead and end the live stream for now. And I do want to say that I greatly appreciate each and every one of you for being here. And not just being here, but being involved with this process of growth, expansion. Because as we all know, this road gets pretty lonely. You know, and just the people in your lives. You're surrounded by people, but on the inner world, they are so far away.
Yeah.
And that's what happens. That's what happens. But we are human, and we still need contact and connection with other people. So at least we have this. May not be perfect, but I mean, it works. I'm happy with it. Been happy with it for the past couple of years. And don't feel like things are going a negative direction. We will definitely get back to the book readings and definitely get back to our regular Sundays. As you know, I just been focused on the shadow work course. And yeah, most of y'all are in the course, so look forward to this next section because it's about to get technical. I really wanted to get like the emotional stuff out the way. That's not really my thing, but my thing is like the left brain stuff, and that's where we're about to head to. So yeah, memory. I'm really excited about this next part. I mean, I'm just excited about the whole thing. But anyways, keep going and keep growing. Like I keep saying this, but I wonder what I'm gonna be in the next freaking 12 months. I think you could start wondering that too, with the amount of with the quality of information we're dealing with right now. There aren't any examples of people that have what we have, right? The closest examples we have are people dressed in orange robes over in a monastery somewhere.
Or in a secret society somewhere.
Right, or in a secret, you know, like this one, you know.
We're not so secret.
You know, this is the public face of it. We do stuff that other people don't know about.
That's true.
But in any case, no matter what stage you find yourself in, keep going. And clarify, understand why you're doing what you're doing. What's the point? What's your intention? Like, there's a lot of stuff that was said tonight for a reason, not just because we're out here talking. Like other YouTube channels you might go to is folks just talking. A lot of the stuff that was said tonight is for a reason. If you know how an apple can fall to the ground and you have confidence in that, that's something that you can use. Think about all the things that you're confident in, that you just know, that you know without a shadow of a doubt that you have no limitation on, right? I know how to do certain, like there was a time where I was extremely let me tell you, when I first started this, I was so nervous. Like I missed the first couple of meetings. I didn't even do it. Like Veronica and George and like a couple other people, I didn't even hold the meetings because I was so freaking scared. I didn't know what to say. What if they think I'm stupid? What if they're expecting Brother Panic and I'm not Brother Panic? You know what I'm saying? Like I didn't know what to do. But over time, I got used to it. And now I don't even think those thoughts anymore because I've learned. So think about what you do in your life that used to be hard, but now it's easy. It sounds simple, but it's useful. Study exactly how you know to do what you do. And I don't mean like how you know, but how does your brain know that, okay, now it's time to be confident? What makes your brain say, okay, I got this? If you can extract that juice of confidence, right, and put it in a little container, and think in your life about times where you don't feel confident, where you feel scared, where you feel helpless, where you feel confused, right? Find a way to take that juice of confidence that you extracted and put it into those moments where you feel lost, confused, hopeless, and just watch what happens. See, the unconscious mind is a powerful thing. It's a lot like those phone operators back in the 1900s where you'd call and say, hey, patch me over to so-and-so in Texas. And they pull the plug out and put it over here and patch you over. You can do that with your states. You can do that with your emotions. So if you're somebody who has no victory in life, if your only victory is knowing that you got to use the bathroom and you can do that, there's confidence there. At least extract it and put it into your life, expand it. I'm telling you, it's that simple. So, closing remarks. Does anyone have anything they want to say to the world at large?
I love you guys.
Yeah. Love
Yeah,
you too.
I was just gonna say that. Love you guys for sure.
Yeah. This is real family here.
Yeah.
Love
Deep
you guys, too.
resonance. Must be over lifetimes.
Yeah. Oh
It's
yeah.
like, remember what Andy said about the cells? You know what I'm saying? What did he call it? The playground?
Particles or something.
Well, I'll rewind it and see. But yeah, we've done this before. We've done this before.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Anybody else?
Ten-second rule.
10-second rule.
Second rule.
Yeah, I'm gonna start using that, man.
Water off a duck's back.
Right
That's
off.
my 10-second rule. Water off a duck's back. Doesn't bother me. Slides right off.
That's right. That's right.
Keep rolling, 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 rolling. All right. Be good to yourselves. Remember, you don't have to suffer. You don't have to suffer. You don't have to suffer. All right. Well, I guess we'll wrap it up then. Molecular Playground. Thank you, MC Maestro. Popped back in from another dimension just to give the information that.
Get it, Maestro.
Hold on. Where is it?
Molecular Playground. All right. Well, keep studying and keep doing your shadow work and all that good stuff. This is TK Trav, aka Travis Magus, here with OBX.
Peace.
Peace.
I still hadn't had my one-on-one, my first trap. Maybe it's me and you. We keep missing each other.
I think I got a couple of openings tomorrow. Do you have openings tomorrow?
What time? What's a good time for you?
Let me check.
I'm gonna try early in the morning. To work for you.
see. Tomorrow's Friday. Well, quite actually, I only have a 2 o'clock tomorrow. That's a surprise. So yeah, is there any time specifically tomorrow that you think you might, if you want to do tomorrow? If not, we also have Saturday.
Tomorrow be fresh on my mind. So whenever say you want to try to.
What time?
What's a good time for you?
I mean, would you be able to do 3 p.m. Eastern?
Yeah, we can start at 2 o'clock. Yeah, that'd be cool. That'd be 2 my time. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so look, I'm going to send a link here in this chat, and then you'll be able to punch that in, so that way we both get the email reminder.
Okay, let me see.
Okay, you got the link?
All right, okay. Tomorrow, Friday, Friday, 20th, the 19th.
I can't hear you. It's kind of low.
Let's say 2 p.m. Confirm 2 p.m. my time.
Okay.
Confirm.
So yeah, just punch that in, and it will give me the reminder, and we'll be good to go.
Okay. All right, I'm picking it up now. I'm feeling all this out.
I can't hear you. It's coming through real low.
Okay, yeah, I got it. All right, I
Okay,
set it up for 2 tomorrow. All right. Appreciate it, Trap.
Appreciate you.
All right, bro. Peace.
All right. Have a good night.
You too, bro.
I love you guys. All you beautiful people. Thanks for watching. And may the odds ever be in your favor. May she grant you happiness.